Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful Ukukweyo. And of course, welcome and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for today. And hopefully, we get to see a lot of beautiful animals, a lot of beautiful interactions. And yes, I am hoping that it will be a stunning day. I'm just busy observing the wildebeest. They've got, I don't know, in my personal opinion, very odd behavior. They're not doing anything particularly, but they are also not really coming towards the water or feeding, so I'm not really sure what's happening with them. But of course, we will observe the animals at the different water holes today, and hopefully we will get to take you to the various locations as well to see what the other naturalists are also up to. And of course, as always, we are live. This is an interactive experience in Safari, so please, if you have any questions or comments today, please do send them through to us. We love hearing from all of you, whether it's related to the animals that we are seeing, the location we are in, or even if it's about us as naturalists. You are more than welcome to reach out to us. We love hearing from all of you, and we are very, very privileged that you are joining us on your safari. It's literally like the wildebeest arrived early. They waited for the kurus and the zebras to come to the water hole first, and now they're like, okay, now it's our turn. I remember when we used to take school photos, we would actually also wait. Because you know there's someone specific in front of you and someone specific behind you, so you have to go in that order. But it seems like it is going to be a beautiful sunny day here in Ukukweyo. From what I've seen, Mashatu seems a little bit overcast. But I am not the weatherman, so let's ask the professional and see what the weather is for today. And Ukukweyo seems to be the winner in terms of sunshine. Our other locations do seem a little bit overcast and may expect some rains. But again, we are grateful for that. The bush really does need it. The animals love it. And of course, Mother Nature, is so grateful for rains. So hopefully she will be rejuvenated and revived soon enough. We are yet still to get some proper rains here in Ukukweyo. But you can see it is looking stunning over here. These animals have very odd behavior today. The kurus are also very vigilant. So, as always, I will just keep an eye on our various water holes. But I will take a good scan around later just to make sure we are not perhaps missing anything. And I do have a feeling, a very good feeling. I do not want to jinx it. But yesterday, of course, we saw a brand new baby monkey, 3 brand new baby warthogs, and then a brand new baby zebra here in Ukukweyo. So hopefully we will see some more babies today. And Sorry, I just wanted to... They've got very strange behavior, these animals today. They're very vigilant or cautious of something. But maybe they are just making sure, that it is in fact safe to go to the water. As animals do. They never know if there's a crocodile or anything around. Of course, to our knowledge, there is not a crocodile in this water hole. But again, we never know everything. We do not know what happened last night. We do not know what came around last night. So a lot of things that is happening that is beyond our control and knowledge. But of course, we will do our best to figure it all out. Betty, good morning. You are saying you hope the lions come to visit us today. Absolutely, I hope so too. As I say, I do not know what happened the day before yesterday, if they actually did make a successful kill and where exactly they are. Yesterday I did try my very best to check literally every nook and cranny to make sure we are not overlooking them, but as always, they might just be in such an excellent position just out of reach for us to see. But yes, that would be a wonderful surprise. We were again reminded that expect the unexpected at all of our water holes and locations, not just here in Ukukweyo, but as well as Djuma, Mashatu, and of course our beautiful other locations, which is really, really the exhilarating thing about safari. Last night, literally just as we closed the show on Sunset Safari, we had, I believe it was Miss Tlalamba that came to the Djuma Dam, came at Gowrie Dam. So it just goes to show, you must always be prepared for anything to happen. But it's like she almost knew, okay, well, these people are done now, so let me carry on with life. But luckily these animals have no idea that we are here at the water holes, which makes it fantastic. Because I'm not sure who of you were with us the day before yesterday, but I think had the animals been able to hear us, the lions definitely would have taken off. Because as soon as we spotted them, I lost my mind. Let us just take a look here to our left. I just want to see if there are any animals approaching from this side. And of course, yesterday as we closed Escape to Nature, a whole bunch of elephants showed up here at the Ukukweyo waterhole. So I definitely do believe these animals have intel as to when we start and when we finish. But as always, we have to be grateful for anything and everything we see. I do just want to make sure on something in our tree line. Our mini tree line, as I call it. Because I saw some movement, but now I am not too sure. But I know. That is the lesser spotted log that we see over there. Of course, this is where our lions were chilling when we did have them here in Ukukweyo. Probably for a good 5-6 hours. They were just in this bush, just chilling out. So I'm now always just checking every single bush and tree line within reach for us. Definitely also want to take a closer look at the zebras. As I mentioned, we did have a foal yesterday, and it was probably the darkest and the fluffiest foal I've seen in my life. So I do hope they come to visit again. Just beautiful. And of course, as naturalists, we will interpret what we see for you as much as we can, try to give you as much information as possible, but every now and again we'll just take a moment of silence just to appreciate everything happening around us.
And just look at that. This must be the smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is. And just look at those large ears turning in all directions. Beautiful late afternoon sun on it, the hole right next to it.
Join us as we learn all about the wild babies, how they adapt and grow, and what it takes to survive in the wild.
Just absolutely beautiful and so serene. Just want to take a further look away and see that we are not going to leave anyone behind, but I do see some interesting interactions happening on the Djuma cam. We've got a monitor lizard, and I do have a wonderful Zoomy helping me out on the Djuma Dam cam, but very, very interesting interaction we just had. Our birdie was not happy with this lizard at all, making a massive display and just sort of warning it off. And it seems to be just taking things easy now, just chilling and not proceeding any way forward. So we shall see what happens. And of course we can hear that you hear is a lilac-breasted roller. And then we can also hear, of course, the Egyptian geese, as always. And again, as always, please do send through any questions you have, any comments, what you would like to see today, what do you think we can expect, any questions you might have to the sighting relevant we have on screen, please do get in touch with us. Come on, we want to fight. And this is a water monitor that we are currently looking at. Vicky, you would like to know what a monitor lizard's diet consists of. So they will actually eat insects, they will even eat eggs. I've seen a lizard get to a crocodile's eggs. And for its sake, I hope it got out of there very quickly. But unfortunately, crocodiles do leave their eggs when they've laid them. So they'll eat insects, eggs. I've even seen a very big monitor lizard eat a little chick. So really, they are, for the most part, carnivorous, but they can also be omnivores. I just want to stick with them a little bit. Just want to see if there's going to be an interaction again, because as I say, Murphy's Law, as soon as we went live with these beautiful animals, they immediately stopped what they were doing. And monitor lizards can actually become very, very big. Not the size of a crocodile, for instance, but they can become quite hefty animals. So generally they'll just come out to a water hole, or out of a water hole, or they can get onto a rock or a log. You'll often see them sunbathing, They are in fact reptiles, so they are ectothermic, which refers to them having to rely on outer resources to heat up their body. And if you've never seen it, I've actually never seen it for myself. I've watched a lot of footage on it, but very interesting when they go to lay their eggs. The female will literally dig and dig and dig. Sometimes, more often than not, it will be very close to a water hole. But I know, for instance, the other day in Kruger National Park, a female water monitor lizard dug a hole for her eggs literally in the parking lot of Lower Sabi. So it really does depend. And then, of course, as soon as those little ones hatch, they will make their way to water as soon as they can, just like a crocodile as well. Really, 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 seriously, these animals astonish me. I really do believe these animals know when we start a show, when we end a show, when we are currently live with them. They definitely know. But let us take a look-see around and see what else is around at Gowrie Dam. As I say, Miss Lalamba last night did come down for some water at the outflow, and then she actually hung around for a little bit and then took off again. But as always, I am hoping for some elephants today. Doesn't have to be at Djuma. I'll settle for Okokweyo or Mashatu. But of course, Djuma would be wonderful. And yesterday we saw 3 baby warthogs here. Literally right over here. Just on the other side of the dam. 3 babies with 3 adults. Very, very precious. Very tiny, very busy. It was an excellent contraception for me, because the way they badgered that female was quite horrible. And it is my favorite bird, a hardy-dar ibis. Not at all. I'm not a fan of these birds, but I do think it's because it is such a common bird in South Africa. They are literally everywhere. Jeez, these geese are loud. Squawking away today. When we've got our grey heron, has not woken up for the day yet. course, when it's this sort of weather, a lot of animals just want to take it easy, rest, chill. I am exactly the same. I do not blame you. Laura, good morning. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You are saying beautiful sounds. Absolutely. I cannot tell you, this is the one thing I miss about actually being on safari as opposed to being on a virtual safari, is the actual smells, everything around, the sounds, sitting next to a waterhole, listening to the frogs, the insects, everything happening. They always seem so angry. I don't know who of you have, I'm not sure which number it is, but in the one Shrek movie there's Rumpelstiltskin, and he's also got this very aggressive goose. I always think of that when I hear these geese just squawking away. They always look so angry. There we go, make yourself look big and tall. Because your noisiness is obviously not working. It's like you guys are just competing for who can be the loudest. Craig, you are saying that I should sing along. No. I'm not singing today. I retired last night from singing after my safari song. My director is saying I can't retire from singing on safari. That's the only reason she now comes to work. Thanks, Morgan. Good morning, beautiful waterbuck. Of course, a female, no horns on her, and of course they have a very beautiful horn structure, the waterbucks. Yes, we are talking about you. And our ever-present oxpecker is also here. I love these birds. You can always rely on them to show up when there's especially big animals. Buffalo, waterbuck, rhinos. But even the impalas, they love perching on the animals and of course eating off the ticks and parasites. So for the most part, their relationship or their symbiotic relationship is known as mutualism, because both of these animals are now benefiting. The oxpecker is getting fed, the animal's getting cleansed and probably massaged, I'm not sure. But it can also be a parasitic relationship between them, because sometimes when an animal will have a wound, the oxpeckers will actually keep pecking at it, and that wound has no time to heal. And of course, they are not getting cleaned in the process. It must be pretty sore, I think, for them. But for the most part, the oxpeckers are a wonderful tool here in nature. And not sure where he went now, but this is the red-billed oxpecker. So you get the red-billed oxpecker and you also get the yellow-billed. Your yellow-billed is one you will see much less as opposed to this one that has now disappeared, probably just on the other side of the waterbuck. And very, very cool animals, these. It's one of my favorite animals. That bird became a bit much now. But of course, waterbuck, very water dependent. They drink a lot of water, they're always close to water, and water is literally their defense mechanism. If something is actually chasing them, like a lion or a leopard, they'll often just run into the water. And I actually had a very interesting sighting once. It was very odd, but the dam was actually called Crocodile Dam on my previous reserve that I worked at. And no, it was not a crocodile that got to the waterbuck. So a pride of lions had chased a waterbuck into a waterhole. And luckily, to where it got, the water was shallow enough for it to run to an island. And it probably stood there for a good hour and a half, and the next thing, a hippo chased it off of the island, and the hippo actually drowned the waterbuck. Now, to this day, I do not understand this sighting that I had. I'm not sure why it did that, but unfortunately, of course, the waterbuck must have already have been so exhausted, because it was tired from running away from lions, and then, as I said, it stood on that little island for a good hour and a half. And then it had to face a hippo as well. So very interesting, and always shows you, we never know what to expect out here in nature. It can become very, very cruel. Ooh, you've got 2 oxpeckers on you. And that is why I don't like a Haudidar. Because I'm sure if you are a tourist and you're on safari and you hear that for the first time, it must be a very exotic sound. But to us locals or people that often hear it, we are not fond of it. If you differ with me, please do let me know if you think that is a very beautiful sound. Ooh, waterbuck, you are the flavor of the day, lady. You can see they've got a very shaggy coat. They also secrete a sort of oily substance to help them become more water resistant when they do in fact go into the water, because you can imagine if it is not and they do run into the water, they will become heavy very, very quickly. Just like us, I'm sure if you've done washing and it's like a very, very heavy towel, or even if it's rained and the towel got wet or something, then it becomes super, super heavy. So for this reason, they've actually got sort of I wouldn't say waterproof, but a water resistant coat. So I'm just going to show you where Miss Tlalamba came out last night. So the Zumi that was actually busy on the dam cam last night, she was controlling it, and then as soon as she saw it, I also thought it's a white-tailed mongoose, both of us did. And then we saw it is a leopard. So she literally, she came out over here more or less, maybe a little bit to the right. And yes, more or less there, came out and then slowly made her way to the outflow, drank some water, stuck around for a little bit and then took off again. So literally there where the water buck is, perhaps just a little bit to the left, drank her water and then stuck around, took off again. Would have been so nice if she, got some dinner here and we could watch her the whole day today. That would have been brilliant. But you never know. There might actually still be a leopard lurking around, or a lion. We do not know. As always, I'm just going to take a look around just to make sure what is happening here at Gowrie Dam. But a very, very overcast day, so hopefully we might get lucky with some unexpected animals. Yes, alright, we hear all of you. Hadida, Egyptian Goose, we know you are all here. Thank you for checking in with us.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
Ooh, there he is, of course, just as I zoomed out, the father came back. But I do see we have some birdies around as well, so I will check them out and see what it is. And while I do so, I'm going to send you over to Mr. Rolf, who's in Kariga, and would love to say good morning to everyone on Escape to Nature.
Hello, good morning and welcome to a very windy and wet Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and we are escaping to nature. We're spending more time in the sightings and we welcome you aboard. Here I've got Tembi, which is a white rhino female, and her calf that they came out of the thickets a little bit earlier for the sunrise safari, but I'm wondering now if they've gone for a bit of a snooze. It looks like they may be lying down. So they spent the evening getting wet and being washed of all the mud that they've collected over the days in the mud wallow. And now they need to come back when the sun comes out and spend some time back in the spa. It's been replenished and filled up, so it's waiting for them now, but it just needs to get a bit hotter, I think, and then we'll see the buffalo and the rhino as well as the warthogs coming down for that. I don't think anyone will be wallowing in this particular weather. The wind is picking up quite drastically now, so you may hear it, and it's the reason I'm not zooming right in, because I'm trying to hold everything down here and it does start wobbling the camera as well. So you can see them there, but not very closely, I'm afraid. Hopefully they'll get up and start walking on over towards us a little bit later. But for now, just nice to see that they're out and about, even if it's from a distance. Some other animals just starting to come out now into the plain. It was very empty earlier this morning. I think everybody was just hiding up in the thickets, staying away from the thunderstorm that we had. So Meg, very often when it gets very windy, the rhinos will go lie sort of in a bowl or in the thicket somewhere and just try and get to a place where it's a bit more quiet. They do start to become skittish, as do a lot of the animals, especially where there's a high prevalence of predators. But yeah, so we always know the animals will be more on edge when it's very windy, and particularly rhino as well. You very often find them in particular spots that they know to go to when it's windy. And when we do game drives and we're looking for the rhino and they're nowhere to be found, you generally find them in those same spots out of the wind, and they know where to go. See a nice blesbok there. There are some animals out, and I think still the majority of them hiding up out of the wind in the thickets. There's a nice herd of blesbok just grazing. do often say that sort of September, October, November are the windy months. Can be quite hectic. But this part of the country, sort of around April, May, June, I would say is the best time of the year. It's not too cold, but the wind just drops. And when it does blow, it's offshore and it's hot, and we almost have a second summer. But there's not much wind to speak of during that period. So Eastern Cape, if you're thinking of coming to these parts, do so around Easter. Best time of the year. There are some more animals over on the other side there. So everybody's keeping their distance today. But I'm sure a little bit later they'll fill up the plain here. Seem like the usual suspects, the Blesbok that are out. Righty, so while I wait and watch and see what else comes out here onto the plain, or anything that comes a bit closer, I'm going to send you back to Lisa at one of my favorite waterholes in the world.
Thank you, Rolf. And this is also becoming one of my favorite waterholes in the world. I still have to visit it for myself though, and I cannot wait to do so. Very, very excited. As I've told many of you, my mother visited this exact location last year, and she could not stop raving about it. So I'm definitely, if that wasn't enough for me to come here, becoming a waterhole naturalist on Wild Earth and observing this waterhole on a daily basis has definitely convinced me. And if you have been here in actual real life, please do let me know, and let me know what your experience was. I would love to hear from all of you. Or if you have perhaps been to some place else in Africa, perhaps the Sabi Sands or Kruger, Pilanesberg. Where have you been in Africa? And I think as locals we tend to take it so for granted, especially as naturalists as well. I remember at my previous lodge, sometimes we would actually complain about the lions, that kept us awake because they were roaring the whole night, or they were fighting or growling over kill. And as soon as you take a step back, you realize how spoiled are we, because to complain about something like that. So as I mentioned, as soon as I see stripes today at Okukoyo, I will be taking a closer look, because I'm very eager to see that baby again from yesterday. So I just always want to make sure everyone is accounted for. But I really do hope our elephants will come again today. Hopefully some giraffes. And it will be brilliant to see our beautiful rhino friend, or friends, plural, as well here in Okukoyo in the daylight. Because as we've seen, they prefer coming as soon as the sun have actually set. Again, it's all about, them knowing our schedules. So unfair though. They can know our schedules, but we don't know their schedules. But that makes it so much more fun. They really make us work for it, which I prefer, if I'm being honest. How boring would it be if you knew exactly what you're going to see every single game drive or safari? So people often ask me, why do we call it a game drive? So of course animals are referred to as game. Oh, I got excited. I thought it's a baby or something on the ground. So animals are referred to as game in Africa specifically. And so you are, of course, driving when you take a safari, so we just call it a game drive. But lucky for us, this is a game sit. We are just observing and just waiting for the animals to come to us. What is that animal? Just on the horizon to the right. I think it's an oryx. I'm not too sure. Let me have a look-see. Oh no. It's a wildebeest, Lisa. That is what a wildebeest seems like. I could be wrong, but it sounds like a distress call from a wildebeest. What we're hearing in the background. That Just want to have a look around. I'm just trying to distinguish if that canoe is calling from the right or to the left. But we will check. It's definitely, it sounds like a distress call. I could be completely mistaken. You know, I don't want to say this out loud, but that might even be a baby wildebeest. But I do not want to get my hopes up. We've got a radio station in South Africa that's got a competition. It's called The Secret Sound. And they play random sounds and people actually have to guess what it is without, of course, having any information. I feel like I'm playing The Secret Sound right now. And just bear with me, I'm just trying to check the trees as well. Just make sure nothing's under it. Where are you and why are you crying? Mm. Feel like we're getting closer, but as I said, could be on the other side of the waterhole. We'll just have a look. It's definitely a baby, or it's a wildebeest in pain. Does feel like we're playing Marco Polo, yes. Just bear with me, I'm just trying to see everything. As we saw the other day with the lions, you know, something could be right there and you might just miss it. Of course, a wildebeest, if it is in fact an adult, won't be too difficult to see. But if it is a baby, then it will be a little bit trickier. I feel like the sound is getting more vague now, so it might be on the other side. Alright, all the way back, sorry about that. We'll just check the other side. As I say, I always just like to make sure of our surroundings, but there's definitely something happening. I'm not sure what it is, or it is just a wildebeest throwing a tantrum. I have seen a wildebeest that was actually giving birth, and she did make a lot of noise during that, which generally doesn't happen. They're very quiet. It just happens and make it look very easy. Which is why I'm so eager to see what is happening. It's either a wildebeest in distress of some sort, whether it's injured or something, or it's a calf. What do you think is happening? Dolphin, you are saying that you love Pilanesberg. I've actually never been to Pilanesberg. I'm yet to go there, but I've heard it is very beautiful. I know the sightings there are ridiculous and amazing, so I would definitely love to go there. But thank you for your comment, Dolphin. Come on, wildebeest, show yourself. Alright, so there are some wildebeest. I'm not sure who of them was throwing the tantrum. And of course they keep quiet now. Whoever was making that noise. Just keep an eye on them for a little bit. But you can see all of the animals are relaxed. So now I'm contracting my theory as to an animal in distress due to a predator of some sort. Just want to see if we can take a closer look. And now they're all pretending like nothing happened. No baby zebras here. Why not? But I do believe our baby zebra will come visit today. I really just believe that, and I hope that. Where is this wildebeest? Is it you that is crying, you lonely wildebeest? Alright, so it's not you. Some of them lying down, so let me just see what they are doing, if it's one of them vocalizing. I'm literally going to have to look at every single wildebeest at Ukukoyo now. I think that's a zebra, I'm not sure. It's a little bit light. Okay, so no, that's an oryx. By the time we find this wildebeest, whatever had been happening will be over. We just scan over to our right again. As I said, it is a little bit tricky to sort of figure out where exactly it's coming from. Jess, you would like to know if the thicket in the background is due to a different type of soil. Yes and no. So Ukukoyo is very, very rich in minerals and nutrients with regards to the geology of the area. But yes, definitely, you know, it's astonishing how the animals would want to actually live here. But as you can see, there is still vegetation and everything around for them. So here around the salt pan, there's of course, you know, a lot of salt and those sort of minerals. But back in the tree line, it is a better host for the trees to actually be able to grow. My apologies if I sound distracted. I'm just really trying to find this wildebeest. I'm not sure where to look. And I don't understand why it keeps quiet every now and again. Are you just complaining about life in general, or do you really have a problem? And if you have any theories as to where this wildebeest could be, you think it's rather to our left, or do you think we are warm and on track, well on our way to find this wildebeest? Please do let me know. Of course, the more ears and eyes and everything we have on safari, the better it is. I always say that to guests when we go on safari.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
Alright, well, I will of course keep an eye on Okukweyo and see if this wildebeest does make its appearance. But in the meanwhile, we've got a visitor at Djuma. Look who it is. We've got a beautiful elephant bull at Gowrie Dam on the Djuma Cam. As always, it is so special to see them. Specifically now that the Sabi Sands have had so much rain. And there are, of course, a lot of elephants in the Greater Kruger, specifically Sabi Sands. So when we do see them, even, if we see them every day, when we do see them, we must just be grateful every single time. No, I don't want that water. No, that smells funny. Not sure about that one. I like that. And it will be interesting to see if we've got some more elephants joining or if this bull is by himself. You can see one of his tusks are broken. Might be from another male that he had a bit of a combat with. But they can also injure their tusks when they are debarking trees. Of course, it's an impeccably strong thing, a tusk. And you can actually see if an elephant is dominant on the right side or the left side, because just like us, they will use one side more dominantly. So this is a clear break in the tusk, but often you can see, with elephants that have no breaks in their tusks, you will see there's definitely one side that's shorter. Of course, not with young or baby elephants. They are not fully equipped with all the tools as to how exactly use the trunk and the tusks and everything. But a big elephant or an adult elephant you can definitely see. But as I say, this is definitely from a break, whether it be from another bull that he might have been in a bit of a fight with, or as I say, it can also happen when they are busy debarking trees. Nadia, you are asking what would make an elephant tusk brittle. It really depends. Again, anything they go through in life will affect their tusks, even though it is a very, very strong thing and it's very difficult to break, believe it or not. But I guess genes and DNA, I'm a bit stumped with that question. I'm just trying to think. But yes, I would say probably genes and, just like people. Some people have really white, strong teeth. And some of us not so fortunate. But definitely. And of course, as soon as it has broken, it is more brittle. Because a tusk, for instance, this elephant's left tusk that is still fully intact and still beautifully shaped, that will still be in full tact, and of course, I would think probably still be very, very strong as opposed to the other one that is now a bit exposed. Not completely broken off to the root, of course, but it is definitely just like us, when you chip a tooth, the chances of that tooth chipping even furthermore is going to be great as opposed to, having a fully intact teeth or tooth and then sort of chipping it. Ooh, you are playing with the water, making a jacuzzi. Oh, just look at the Ellie. He's taking a nap actually. We'll just see if he's gonna chase away some birds. I'm not sure if our monitor lizard is still around. Vivian, you would like to know if elephants in Djuma will practice geophagia. Now, for those of you that don't know, geophagia is the practice of chewing rocks to help with digestion. So this is I'm going to try answer this as best as I can. I don't know if elephants in Djuma specifically will do that. I don't know if elephants specifically in Ukukweya will do that. As I say, each circumstance and each day is different for these animals. And it all depends on what they do and what is going on with them. That goose quickly gave way. Imagine he sprays that goose now. But elephants can definitely practice that. However, it's not the smartest thing because they do have molars in their mouth. And even though they've got 6 sets of molars during their lifetime, it is very rough materials they're already feasting on when they are chewing on barks, roots, bulbs, bark. I did say bark, I think. Branches. So that already wears their teeth down a lot. But anything is possible. Never say never. We don't always understand why animals do that. And as we always say as naturalists, animals don't read books. It's not that they say, okay, well, I'm an elephant, so I'm not allowed to do this. Whatever that elephant or that animal requires at that time, that is what they will definitely do. I have seen an elephant chewing bones before. So as we believe that is for extra calcium intake. But again, also not the norm. That is generally what you won't see elephants doing. But every day is different out here. Peekaboo. We can still see you. He's probably going to come up to this fresh water now. And if you look at that behavior, of course, you know, it could be a bird or something that's just sort of putting him off a little bit now. But of course, you know, when they come up a hill like that, for instance, or even when they go downhill, of course, going downhill, you know, they're sort of out of control a little bit more. But when they come up a hill, they can't necessarily see everything that's, you know, going to be in front of them. So that is why they'll immediately open the ears just to listen more. And then, of course, to make themselves appear bigger as well. So that should there be something that's potentially threatening to them, they already look even bigger than they would have just to, you know, walking on a normal path. He's probably going to chase this lapwing now. That's interesting. Why are you not drinking water? That is very interesting. We're just going to try to keep up with him. Oh, and we can hear our woodlands kingfisher in the background. The chee-chirr. Definitely on a mission, this male. And you can see as soon as the wind sort of picked up, you could see it in the rustles of the actual trees and bushes. He immediately opened his ears again. So again, that is just to listen better, but also make himself already seem more intimidating so that should he encounter something unexpectedly, he is ready for action. And now we are looking at a tree. It's so incredible how they just disappear, even if it's just for a moment. He's actually literally standing still behind that tree now. I can just see the wagging of the tail. Or the swishing, I would say. Wagging sounds like a dog or something. You can see it's also slowly starting to rain again, or softly I should say, not slowly, but soft drizzle. Ooh, our Zoomy found a squirrel. Hi, squirrel. I would not be out and about at all in this weather if I was an animal. I would literally just be under a log if I was a squirrel and just cuddle as much as I can. I would actually in fact find a friend and just cuddle the whole day long. And of course, this is also something that can easily be predated on. I've seen a leopard catch a squirrel when I was still on an interview drive on one of the reserves I used to work at. I went out with a head guide. His name is Jock, one of my very good friends, and actually before the drive he said, "Oh, we're going to see a leopard tonight." I said, "All right. You are very arrogant." And literally on the way after safari back to the lodge, I say to him, "You realize we haven't seen a leopard yet?" And I promise you my words were not cold. We literally had a female leopard jump in front of the car going after a squirrel. And she did catch it. But he used to be the leopard magnet. Much like Mr. Tristan on Wild Earth. And off goes our elephant. Just like that. But our squirrel is still around. Hi, cutie pie. Yes, these guys can be predated on by cats, but also, interestingly enough, of course, by birds of prey. I've seen quite a few birds of prey that have actually gone for a squirrel. I think one of my most gruesome sightings actually was, it had the head in the one talon and the body in the other talon, and like with it was still sort of gripping onto the tree as well. Not a fun sighting, but again, you know, we have to constantly remind ourselves that this is what happens out here, even though it's not always fun to watch. All of these animals do need to survive in some manner or another. We can still see you. But I will have a look around all of our water holes again and see what is happening. And while I do so, I'm going to send you back to Mr. Rolf in Kariga.
Well, there's a few more animals that have just made their way a bit closer to me, including these blue wildebeest. Everybody else being a little bit scarce. There's one or two ostriches walking about, but still no chicks apart from those two little ones that I saw the other day. I haven't seen them again. I hope they've managed to survive this inclement weather. I can't say it's bad weather because it's good for the bush to have the rain, but it's not great for viewing and going out on game drive, that's for sure. So the sun just poking through the clouds every now and then, but the wind picking up as the day progresses. One or two of them lying down, ruminating, a couple of them grazing. These guys might think about going down to the waterhole, I think. They start to move now. Slowly coming towards us would be nice. It's a bit difficult in the wind to zoom right in because it starts to shake the camera, so finding it a little bit difficult this morning. But there comes the sun now. Try and get a few shots in as well for the pick of the day. So Teresa, unfortunately not. No, they're not able to migrate because they do have the boundaries that are fenced. So about 12,000 hectares here, so it's a very decent sized reserve indeed, but they're not able to migrate. And why would you want to migrate from this particular park anyway? It's so lush, and the reason for migration would be around the rain and food, more importantly. And so that's the big migrations in the Masai Mara. It's moving for the feed. But they don't need to do that here because they've got good grass all year round. They don't need to supplement here at all, and all the animals are in wonderful condition as a result. Being in the sweet veld, lots of very good grasses for the animals to feed on. Off in the background there, that's the kloof. We're somewhere in that rocky areas further up towards the top is a crowned eagle's nest. I've been hearing them regularly. A little Cape Longclaw calling now. Meow. So common fiscal. Lots of the cuckoos about as well. I've heard Deirdre's, classes, black.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw my ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
Absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show
Look at this.
every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth, it's nature.
They decided to move off to the right now. They were moving to the left, and then there seemed to be some kind of meeting, and now they're moving off to the right. The decision has been made. Here's some Egyptian geese. You also saw them flying past. You may see some more fly through now. There they go. Just going to come across to them because there is a bit of a discussion going on as they land. There's a lot of them around. They'll all be holding on this wind. There's our mud wallow that's filled up overnight. I'm sure we'll have the buffalo and the rhino and the warthogs back soon for their spa sessions, as soon as it gets nice and hot. As always, while you're escaping to nature with us, don't forget to jump on board and send us through your questions and your comments. We'd love to hear from you. There seems to be another boardroom meeting with the wildebeest. Greta, yes, it would be awesome, but I don't think it's going to happen today. I just don't think it's going to be hot enough. And this wind is also going to make them rather chilly if they go in the wallow. And just having spent the evening with that storm that came through here, I think they'll be quite happy just to warm up a bit. And it's generally during the middle of the day that they come to wallow, when the day is at its hottest. But the way that I'm feeling, it's still rather chilly, especially this wind. So I don't think they'll be here today. But you never know, it might heat up a little bit later. You can see nicely there the difference between the blue wildebeest that we have here and the black wildebeest that you may see at Amakhala. Obviously don't have that white tail of the black wildebeest. They're also quite a bit larger than the black wildebeest as well, and their horns go out the sides and they don't melt down the front of the face like the black wildebeest. And naturally you wouldn't find them occurring in the same areas. And I hear that it is possible for them to interbreed, so geographically they're isolated from each other, but if you put them in the same reserve, they will interbreed, and then you can have a breakdown in the genetic pool. I'm not sure if the offspring are able to produce their own offspring, in other words, a viable offspring, and so it's actually illegal to keep blue wildebeest together with black wildebeest because of that particular reason. Chances of them interbreeding and then they do lose the genetics. Lesser striped swallow calling. Wap, 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 wap. Now they've decided to move off to the left again, doing a bit of a dance. Maybe there's a couple of leaders and they can't make up their minds. You find that with wildebeest, they just sort of like to follow. So as soon as one walks in a particular direction, then that's where the rest will go. Wynand, yeah, I have. They've definitely relaxed with my presence. When I first came here, they were obviously a little bit scared or anxious of this new shape, because the game viewers here on Kariega, they're all open topped, so they don't have roofs, but generally everybody sits down. Now, I've been standing up in the back of the vehicle, creating obviously a different outline. So as soon as I do climb in the back, I often have a lot of alarm calls towards me, especially the blesbok for some reason, and the giraffe all are very interested in me, and the rest of the animals sometimes have run away. As I say, lots of alarm calling, but that has slowly gone away. And when I climb in the back now, I'm pretty much on the same spot every day. I do move around a little bit, but they find me here every day without fail, except when I'm on a break. And so they really have relaxed with my presence, none more so than the rhino, who have literally been getting curious of me. And I wonder, especially Thandi, who's the older female. I used to walk here as well. I trained the trails rangers here for a couple of years. So I was walking here a long time, and she heard me talking. She also smelt me. And so I wonder if she remembers me. But she's slowly but surely come closer and closer to the vehicle. And now especially her little calf, Sia, he's been very curious of the vehicle and sometimes coming right up to me. So, and that's happened over time. So I definitely think that they're relaxing with this odd-shaped vehicle, animal. I'm not quite sure what they think of me, and a different smell. And now I'm just part of the furniture. So now they've lost the fear and actually becoming a little bit more curious as to this newcomer on site. And now they've all spread out a little bit to the left, to the right, and now split up. I think it must be quite scary for the animals last night with that electrical storm and the thunder that came with it and the rain. I think the animals are quite nervous, quite scared. I'm sure they don't quite know what's going on. And now they can relax a bit. They've survived the night and all that craziness that came with the storm. Honestly, like the gods are doing battle. And there was quite a lot of lightning strikes around in the area. The lodge manager actually told me that he got out of his car. As he did, there was an almighty lightning strike right next to him. And as he closed the door to his car, this was right at the moment of the lightning strike, he felt a shock on the door. He thought it was his car, and he didn't quite understand, but it was sort of simultaneous with the lightning strike. Anyway, he went inside. 2 minutes later he came out, and the lightning had obviously hit this transformer box on the electric line, which is just next to the parking, and it was up in flames. So the lodge had to run on generator until today, until they could get it fixed. Speaking of lightning strikes, it's obviously a very important natural occurrence as well. Well, I don't think they know exactly all the things that lightning brings when it happens, but there's a definite introduction of nitrogen into the soil, which is extremely important, and there's massive benefits for lightning strikes. In the areas where plants actually survive through fire, so the xerophytic plants, they actually, traditionally or historically, a lot of the fires would have been started by, pyrophytic, not xerophytic, would have been started by lightning. And so even you look at areas on the high veld, grasslands, all that fires that would need to have gone through would have been started predominantly by lightning. So a very big part of the natural occurring incidences in the bush and in the wild and in nature the wind that comes with those storms as well, very important too. So all these events that take place are not random. There is a lot of randomness that comes with it, like where lightning strikes, etc. But it's all important randomness that then leads to survival of different species, and lots of plants actually need fire to survive, to propagate their seeds, etc. Luckily, when it's so wet like this, there would be no fires really started that would run out of control at this time of year. It's too wet and everything's too green. So Bianca, not quite, no. So horns and tusks aren't made out of the same thing. Horns is like condensed hair, so it's keratin, and they grow on top of bone, so it sort of extends out from the skull, and with the addition of bone as well, it grows inside the horn, so it sort of covers that, and as I say, condensed hair. Whereas tusks are literally modified teeth, so quite different in their makeup. Tusks just being extended teeth. Tusks like you would get on hippos, warthogs, elephants, walruses, I think, as well, and horns on all your antelope. I think an antelope with tusks could be quite scary. Imagine a wildebeest with tusks. Wow. Horns and tusks. These guys just milling about, not quite sure where exactly they want to go. Now they're starting to move off to the left again, doing a bit of a dance. I think, yeah, I might get blown off the back of the vehicle here soon. there in the background, where that real kloof comes down to join the plain, just at the bottom of it is one of the tributaries that runs into the Kariega River, and just off to the left there, there's a lovely big lagoon that they call here the Blue Lagoon. Sometimes the hippos are down there. The wind getting stronger and stronger as the day progresses. And well, what is wind? It's the movement of air, obviously sometimes at different strengths, but it's all as a result of change in pressure and as a result of change in temperature. So wherever it's hot, it's going to rise and be replaced by colder air. So the stronger the wind, the more the displacement and change in temperature at a different point. So somewhere the heat is rising and it's being replaced by this wind that then comes through to replace that rising air. And it can happen on big scales across entire countries and continents. So that's when we have those prevailing winds. So for instance, now we've got the wind that's moving towards the ocean. So Heidi, I am personally here at Kariega, and I'll try and prove it to you, although I'm not able to zoom out too far, but there's my thumb. And it is mine. I wouldn't be able to do that if I was operating a camera remotely. So yep, I'm standing on the back of a bakkie in the Kariega Game Reserve. Well, I'm standing on it for now, but I might be flying off of it in a minute with this wind that is starting to really get pretty strong. And I live not too far from here as well, in Port Alfred. So it's about a half an hour's drive, and so I call this home. In this particular region, it's called Frontier Country, or the Nhlambi municipality or region. Nhlambi meaning herd or grouping in isiXhosa. We also call this the Sarah Baartman district. I don't know if any of you know the story of Sarah Baartman. It's a story that was actually terrible for us as a human race, and if you don't know about it, it's worth a look. Look up Sarah Baartman. She was a Khoisan woman that was put on a show in Britain. Anyway, I think I'm going to just see what happens with these wildebeest, if they're going to continue on their little dance from the left to the right. Well, I'll see if they're going to head back to the right. Let's head you to the left to Lisa at Djuma.
Thank you, Rolf. We've got some elephants in Juma. They have come to say hello, and they do seem like they're on a mission, but we've got quite a few babies, including this cutie pie. Just look at it. Ooh! Very cheeky. I want to walk over here. Oh, how precious. And there's quite a few individuals here actually, and a lot of babies as well. But they do seem like they on... Oh, there's a little one. Sorry, I just almost fell over my own tongue there. Got so excited. So there's at least 3 babies here. Can you imagine your legs being that tiny and you have to keep up with all of these massive animals? And it really is incredible, you know, with an elephant herd. Ah, look at a little one. But especially as they have little ones like that, they will not move too fast and, you know, too far away in only a certain amount of days or time. Because they know those little ones can't keep up yet, so they are very, very patient with them. Not like wildebeests or something like that, you know. If you cannot walk or get up fast enough, we leave you behind because you are going to be a danger to the rest of the herd. With the elephants, they are super, super patient with one another. Oh, just look at that tiny one. This beautiful elephant with a very, very long tusks. She's got a very tiny one with her. Just look at how they encircle that little one. So if you look to the far right, as I said, that female with the beautiful long tusks, she's got a very tiny one under her. Just look at you. You're so tiny. Oh, man. That is so, so special. And they seem to be on quite a bit of a mission. They'll probably drink at that spring there by the outflow. And then hopefully they'll come up to this fresh water.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
Just gonna see if we can try and keep up with him. Beautiful red-chested cuckoo we can hear in the background as well. And incredible as always how they just all shelter one another, the little ones, the teenagers. Oh, but if I had a baby that tiny, I would also be super protective. Especially if we carried it for 22 months long. I would not let anything get close to it. You can literally just see it every now and again. They are making so much effort to hide it. Oh, just look at her ears. Apart from the baby, even that mom is stunning. She's got beautiful tusks. I'm going to try and keep up with him. And just look at all of the other siblings and relatives also knowing, you know, this is a new member. We have to take extra careful of it. They all just instinctively know, okay, well, we all take care of one another. Whether it's your sister, whether it's your own calf, you make the best effort to definitely shelter that little one and just take care of it. Oh my goodness, elephant, what are you doing? Becoming one with the bush. Yes, definitely two younger bulls sizing each other up, trying to get into the process of establishing their dominance, making the bigger and the stronger one known to each other. But of course, you know, every day is different when it comes to that. And of course, they will be observing an old bull as well when they sort of practice these dominance displays and practices. They will definitely have an older bull that sort of keeps them under control, because they can get a little bit rowdy sometimes. Oh goodness, okay. Because apparently there's not enough space to walk around the bush. How incredible was that? just want to check this tree because our Zoomy did see the kingfisher in here earlier on. So I just want to make sure if it is perhaps still around. No kingfisher, sadly, just some starlings and a drongo. But that's alright, we'll catch it sooner or later. I just want to check the water hole, see what is happening at the actual dam itself. Whoa, sorry, as I say, these controls aren't too magnificent today. And I wonder if our warthogs are still alright. If all the tiny ones are still okay and safe. All accounted for, of course. Perhaps if we've got any impala or anything that's lying down in this wind, but of course we've learned when it is windy the animals tend to just sort of head deeper into the bush and then lie down just for more shelter, to keep warm. Just want to take one last look around. gonna have a look to see if our water monitor is still around, which I highly doubt. But let us just have a look. Ooh, we've got one warthog. Let's just see if it's the... It's the family! And another elephant! Ah, elephants, you are great, and you are as always my favorite, but right now I've got a different favorite. It just shows you sometimes you just have to be a little bit patient, take another look around. Ooh, these baby warthogs are gonna poop their pants now, look. Oh, that's brilliant. I'm so happy they are all still accounted for. I do assume it's the same group from yesterday, but I think so because the one female has exactly the same tusk structure like we saw yesterday. So I do believe it is them, which means they are all still safe. No one has been taken out by anything, which is wonderful. Just look at them. Oh, I am so happy. This has now officially made my day. More so than our baby elephant, even though I love elephants and love baby animals. These piggies are quite something. And of course, our kingfisher is just teasing us in the background again. I'm just going to give up on looking for him. Apparently, I'm not meant to see him. And just like our birds, specifically like the lapwings, the geese, your warthogs will grow rather fast as well. I mean, you can still see when it's a baby, but you can see they're already adapting to the behaviors of the adults, going down to feed, sort of, there we go, dig up the soil, because of course there are animals that can be predated on and taken out. So they develop rather fast. Tina, you are saying what a cute family. I know, right? Yesterday, for the first time, we saw them, and I've been hinting the whole day that we see them again, hopefully today, that everyone is still safe. And to be honest with you, I did not think they would be very active in this sort of weather. But yes, oh, and we've got a yellow-billed stork. We'll come back to you, stork, sorry. We've got cuteness overload happening right now. You can just see the elephant's feet in the background, which is a rather impressive size comparison. So as I said, we'll get back to the elephants now. Of course, you know, we are very fortunate on Wild Earth to see elephants quite frequently, but we do not get to see warthog babies every single day. Specifically now, these are, to my knowledge, the first warthog babies we have been able to get for all of you on camera. Apart from yesterday, I just mean it's the same family. Sorry, just bear with me. They are so tiny. And so from what I saw yesterday, of course, two of them, well, at one stage, 3 of them were suckling on one female. But then they split up where 2 were suckling on one female and the other one was suckling on another one. So I do believe it is 2 mothers. But again, I'm not too sure. We will slowly get to learn them as we carry on, and hopefully all of them survive. And all of them will be okay and safe. Because I do realize everything has to eat, but... oh, just look at that. I don't know about any of you, but I don't want anything to get a hold of those little ones. Elephant, come now. We love you, but wait. Fred, sorry, you would like to know something about the skin. Silky skin. Oh, they don't have silky skin. Not at all. They've got very hairy skin, or hairy bodies. Goodness, sorry, I'm falling over my own tongue today. So they are very, very hairy animals, and they do love mud wallowing, dust bathing if they can as well. But they prefer mud wallowing a bit more. But no, they don't have silky skin. They've got very, very hairy bodies. Which I know is a little bit tricky to see now, but they do have very hairy bodies. And that hair is actually very, very coarse. I've had the privilege of actually raising a baby warthog. And it is not the softest thing to hold, believe me. Where did the piggies go?
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So they are literally just behind those bushes, that bundle of bushes with a dead tree in the middle of it. Just gonna wait for them to come out. One of them is still a little bit visible and not anymore. We'll just wait until they come back out to the right of the bush. Come on, piggies. Okay, well, you're not a warthog, but it's fine. Hello there, Egyptian goose. Just want to see if that stork is still around. That was also a very nice surprise. Joshua, you would like to know how much does a baby warthog weigh? I wouldn't be able to give you an exact answer, but if I had to guess, I would say probably like a kilogram. They are very, very tiny when they are born. As I say, they grow very fast, but it's a very, very tiny thing. And I have no idea where our stork went, our yellow-billed stork. I think it might just be behind this massive log on the left side. Probably just trying to get to some creepy crawlies that might be hiding in the mud. So I will check one last time to see if our warthogs come out. And if not, we can see what is perhaps happening at some of our other locations. Oh, it's just a starling. I got excited. I thought it might be a greenwood hoopoe. But it is not. Let me just see if the elephants are still around. Oh, there's another elephant. That elephant might flush the warthogs back out. If they are in fact still around, of course. You know, they might have taken a different route to what we expected or predicted. They might be completely somewhere else in the bush by now. Just brilliant. Well, I'm so thrilled we got to see the little piggies again and that they are still all alive and well and safe under the watchful eyes of their mom or mothers. As I said, I have not completely confirmed the dynamics yet, but we will definitely, hopefully, get to do so over the next few couple of days and hopefully the next few couple of weeks. Hopefully, I'm really just praying and hoping that those little ones will be okay and they will not get snatched up by anything. I'm just going to take one last look around. But it does not appear for anything else to be in sight right now. So I think let us take a look at what's happening at Ukokoyo. Surprise, surprise, we've got general game. I have been, even when being at Djuma or Mshatu or wherever, I've been keeping a close eye on Ukokoyo because I need to see that baby zebra again. That was really so amazing yesterday, not just because it's a baby, but it is the darkest baby zebra I've ever seen in my life. So hopefully we get to see it again today. And another fat, round zebra, this one. I mean that with the utmost respect, but she's very, very pregnant. Just look at that. If you're ready to have your baby, we are here for you. We will assist you, support you in every way possible. You can do it. How amazing would that be? And often when zebras do give birth, a lot of animals actually, but they will actually separate themselves just a little bit from the herd or the harem or the pride. And they will have their little ones, and then they will introduce the little ones. Whether it's a zebra that generally just has one foal, or whether it's a female lion that has a couple of cubs, then they will introduce them to the rest of the family. Well, fine, zebra, we tried. We thought you might be doing it for us today. But you never know. Anything's possible. Come on, animals. It would be great if we can do another escape to nature where we had a baby animal on all of our locations. And to this moment, I have no idea what our wildebeest was crying about earlier on. None whatsoever. I tried to have a look around, tried to see if I can see anything that might be a potential indicator to us, but I have no idea. I do not know if it was a calf, if it was an adult. Maybe someone was tricking me and just playing that noise, but no idea. And that really is the beauty, even if you hear everything, you're not always going to know what exactly is happening out here. Ooh, there's a jackal! Yay! I have not seen one in forever. Well, I say that. Yesterday morning I saw one, but very, very briefly. Great. Guy, you're in a hurry. So yesterday I did see one, thinking that we will hopefully have some lions here yesterday with a kill. But the jackal didn't really have a mission. It just sort of scavenged around and then moved off. But it was on the horizon. It wasn't even this close to the water hole. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to find the jackal again. Where'd you go? And as always, if something that small is not moving, it can be, you feel like you're playing Where's Waldo. So if you see the jackal, please point him out to me. I don't know if he's just really moved fast. Literally just, oh, there you are, you're drinking water, you sneaky thing. There you are, luckily you moved. So this is a black-backed jackal. And it's actually one of my favorite animals. I've got a lot of weird animals, so elephants are my ultimate favorite. But I enjoy observing things like hyenas and jackals. You know, all the lesser favorites, I would say. They often get a bad name because they are scavengers. But jackals especially, they are incredible animals. They're really, really good parents. Very good partners, you know. Even if they are monogamous and not really pack animals, and they do like sort of find a kill where the predators are still on the kill, they'll often alert other jackals as well, which of course, you know, is beneficial to them as well, because then they don't just risk themselves. But it really, really depends on the situation. They are just very fascinating animals. So I have not seen a jackal this close to our waterhole here in Ukokoyo in quite some time. So that was rather special. Thank you, jackal. I appreciate that. So I will see what other sneaky animals we'll get to see here at Ukokoyo. But in the meantime, I know Kevin would like to say hello all the way from Madikwe.
For us to be with you on this Sunday morning in Madikwe Game Reserve. And yes, we're coming to you a little bit later than expected. We had a power outage in our area and that complicated things a little bit. But as they say, rather late than never. And BK has just picked up, was it a green heron there, BK? Morning everybody, my name is Kevin. And together with BK behind the camera, we are inviting you to join us on this Saturday morning. So grab a cup or a glass of your favorite beverage and settle in on the couch and come and join the two of us and Mother Nature. This area we are sitting in today, that is what we just generally refer to in Madikwe as the drift. Drift meaning a crossing over a river. Have you got it, BK? Oh, there we go, on the left, almost center, just off center on the screen. BK picked up, and I'm just searching with my binos, I'm checking on the monitor. It looks like a green-backed heron. Let me just confirm, guys. I'm trying to pick it up on my binos. Oh, that is a white-fronted bee-eater. White-fronted bee-eater. I know it's a little bit long distance. There's actually quite a few of them around, and I'm very certain we'll find a nice up-close view for them. But you can see that white front to the head. Beautiful birds. Red forehead. Sorry, white forehead, red chest, and the green wings. Very common around the drift area. This is a good area for birding, so we're going to do a bit of birding this morning. And of course, there will be animals coming down to drink there's normally a parade of animals in and out, coming down to drink, moving off again. And this is where we are planning to spend a good few hours with you this morning. And we are in it for the long run. And as I said, get yourselves comfortable and join us. The Marico River runs all along on the eastern side of Madikwe Game Reserve. Hi there, Zoe. In general, all birds have got excellent eyesight. And birds also see in color. Together with your primates and birds, they actually detect color, unlike most of your other animals. So yes, the eyesight is more acute in certain birds, like your raptors. Owls, of course, is a raptor as well. So Zoe, you'll normally find that the positioning of the eyes on a bird's head has got a lot to do. There we go, BK. The positioning of a bird's eyes on his head has got a lot to do with how good the eyesight is. So with raptors, you've got forward-facing eyes, and that gives them that binocular vision. They can zone in on what they're looking at. And then something, for instance, like a dove has got side-facing eyes. That gives them not so much binocular vision, but very good all-round visibility, 180-degree all-round visibility. But in general, all birds have got very good vision. William, morning to you. This is, to my best knowledge, all birds go through molting. They have to get rid of the downy feathers, grow their adult plumage, their flight feathers. So as far as I'm aware, and I hope that is the correct answer, but as far as I'm aware, yes, all birds will progress from their fledgling feathers to their adult feathers. All born with that downy feathers to keep them nice and cozy while they are still small. Remember, some of them sit exposed in nests for a period of time when the adults aren't there, so they can't, they're very exposed to the elements. So that's where the downy feathers come in, and then, of course, growing their flight feathers and their adult plumage as they grow. I wonder if some of you wondered where the name Madikwe comes from. And remember, this is an interactive show. We want your anticipation, and speak to us. We are here to have a great nature chat on this Sunday. It is your safari. Let us know your comments. Let us know your questions. We'll be doing our best to answer them for you. Madikwe, where does the name come from? Well, in the Tswana dialect, which is the local dialects most commonly spoken in the northwestern areas of South Africa and also, of course, into Botswana. How peaceful is that water just running? In the Tswana dialect, when you want to use a plural of an animal, the prefix is D. So Tau is a single line. Ditau, pride of lions. Tutla, giraffe. Ditutla, journey of giraffe. Now bear with me, I'm getting to this, so it will make sense soon. So the Marika River, Ma Di Kwe. Ma in Tswana means a lady. It's a way of respect. When you address the lady, you say, how are you today, Ma? Male being Ra. So let's break up the word Madikwe. Ma, meaning a lady or mother. Then crocodiles are called Kwena. More than one crocodile is Dikwena. Now let's put it together. Ma Dikwe. And it all refers to this Mariko River. And that means mother of the crocodiles. It refers to the Mariko River. Madikwe, the mother of the crocodiles.
This is what I love about lionesses.
In a certain way, we are happy that the rain stopped. In a certain way, we always need more rain. But today, it's quite steamy. We're going to reach about 28 degrees today, but it's very humid. You can imagine all the moisture in the air and the ground. And now with the sun baking on it, me and BK were remarking earlier on how humid it actually is. But as I said, we're in here for the long game. I think us as humans have lost our ability of patience. And in nature, if you want to see amazing things, it's very often the best.
Question, Linda, are there any plants that don't need pollen to grow?
Morning to you, Linda. Any plants that don't need pollen to grow? Yes, there is. And you are now letting me scratch the old grey matter up top. First thing that comes to mind is plants that actually propagate through underground roots. There are, for instance, certain plants that will actually spread by not being pollinized, but actually with the root system sprouting into a new plant. And I am gonna come up with a example for you. Just give me a few seconds, let me scratch my head. I like that question, very interesting question. It made me think. I haven't had that question before. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna come back to you on that one. But the majority of your plants, your gymnosperms, you are needing some type of pollination, flower to be pollinated so the seed can grow out of the ovary. BK, where has all those butterflies gone? They were sitting on the opposite bank there just a short while ago. There's still a few around. BK, if you look, yeah, there we go. Excellent. It's so nice if you've got a cameraman that knows all these things. Those are called brown veined whites. And I think these are fledglings. They must have hatched, because normally your brown veined whites will either stop off for a quick drink or they're normally on the wing. Now, I've done quite a bit of reading on them over the past few months, because during the summer season you get these massive flocks of brown veined whites moving over the countryside. It almost sometimes looks as if snowflakes are falling and they are drifting in the wind. Not a lot is understood about the migration of your brown, there's a tongue twister, brown veined whites. The journey normally originates in the western side of southern Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and the areas we are in on the western side of South Africa, and apparently they migrate all the way across country to Madagascar. And I tried to find as much information as possible on them, and that is the general theory. But it's a fantastic sight to see when they're all on the wing, millions upon millions of them. Said, I've got a feeling these ones are hatchlings. They are still getting wings ready for flight, that type of thing. They haven't started migrating yet. Generally because they're all flocked together there. It looks like one, what can I call it, brood of butterflies that hatched. Hello there, Mason. Trees do vary in their nutritional content. Now, general speaking, oh, there, no, like, you know, buffalo thorn. Generally speaking, it's all got to do with the soil, Mason, that they grow in. Remember, a tree on itself can't be nutritious. It needs to draw that nutrition out of the ground. General speaking, soils with a very rough texture. Now picture a big sand grain. Okay, picture a football, and put a lot of footballs. A football is your sand grain, individual sand particles, the grains. Now put a lot of footballs touching each other. You can see that the gaps between the footballs will be quite big. Take a golf ball now, a smaller particle, and if you put them together, the gaps between them are going to be much smaller. That means the smaller the gaps are, the more nutrition they can hold. The nutrients don't wash out that easily. So with very coarse soils, and you find more coarse soils over there in Djuma, for instance, they are, and generally speaking, a little less nutritious, and you tend to find broad-leaved trees. Trees where the leaves are bigger. In areas where you've got very fine soils that hold the nutritional value, you get very small-leaved trees, and they are in general more nutritious. Stuff like acacias, your Senegalias. We're not calling it acacias anymore, it's a name change, we now call it Senegalias. But with very fine leaf structure, in general, they are much more nutritious. And animals know this. Animals know this. So, Mason, to answer your question, acacias, your Senegalias, normally, or trees with, or plants with smaller, finer leaves are normally much more nutritious and favored by most of your browsers.
Our apologies. We'll try to get you back to Kevin as soon as we can with all of his knowledge on the birds and, of course, Madikwe. Thank you for that, Kevin. I didn't know that is what it meant. So thank you. I too have now been educated today. I am literally still scanning every single corner and apparently not well enough. Overlooking the largest animals at the actual water hole. Sorry, I've been so focused on looking for the baby animals, I don't know where these elephants snuck in and when. But we are thankful nonetheless. Thank you, elephants. And it's another baby. Oh, man. So well done to Cedric. I almost said on Cedric. Well done to Cedric on yesterday's baby bingo. You got the closest, I believe. But for me personally, yesterday was a victory in itself. We saw so many baby animals. Today we saw our baby warthogs again at Djuma. And now we have this cute baby bum. Yes, as I say, I've been so focused just to make sure we are not overlooking a baby zebra or wildebeest or something that might appear here at Ukukoyo. And I'm not really sure when these guys snuck in. You would think you would easily spot the elephants. But what they do often is they come from the campsite itself and then sneak in from our left. Oh man, what a sighting. And our elephant herds have actually been a little bit scarcer here in Okukuyo, as opposed to what we generally see. Often we see a lot of herds or a lot of different sightings of a herd of elephants here in Ukukuyo in a day, but as I say, the season has really humbled at us at all of the locations here at Ukukuyo, as well as Juma, even Madikwe, Mishatu, all of the locations, because we tend to get so used to, okay, well, we always see elephants or we always see the impala or whatever the case is, and then sometimes you don't. They just decide to take a different route that day, or of course visit a different water hole, because they are no longer restricted just to one area. They've got a lot of nutrition, a lot of food all around now, and of course a lot of water. So of all of our locations on Escape to Nature, Ukukuyo is the hottest today with a good 32 degrees Celsius, which is why these elephants are loving this splash session right now. Elephants truly are the best, especially if they are swimming or mud bathing. It's really amazing to always just see them, but specifically when they have something that tiny, and it's almost like that baby elephant is exploring it or discovering this new experience for the very first time. And of course I have no idea, I'm not sure when this baby would have been born. I do not have mommy on social media. I did not see the public post. But this is a fairly small baby, so I'm sure this is one of many first experiences for it. Jade, yes indeed, these elephants are absolutely having a blast. It's always so incredible to see how a fully grown elephant can become a complete child in the water. Just like adults, I guess, as soon as you get into a pool with friends and family on a hot day, it becomes a complete splashing fest. You dunk each other, you play with each other, throw each other around in the water, because of course, in water we can do a lot more as opposed to being on land, and it's the same with these animals. Just gonna take a moment of silence just to enjoy this. My friend, you are late. They are just about to leave and now you pitch up. And this was truly one of the best things that my mom kept referring to when she visited Okukoyo and she came back and told us about her travels and just the best time that she had. She said you literally sit at the campsite and you just watch animals come and go. Elephants, rhinos, lions. Because my mom is actually, interestingly enough, she is not at all like my father and I. We will go on every possible safari, whether it's early in the morning or late at night. We're always there for it. And my mom doesn't really like the whole driving around and looking at animals. She prefers just sitting on a deck or at a room wherever she is, whether it's Greater Kruger or, here at Okukoyo, and just listen to everything and just wait for the animals to actually come there. And I truly cannot wait to have that experience myself. I might be wrong, but this elephant on the left is definitely pregnant, if I'm not mistaken. Very, very big and bulging on the sides. Dee is wanting to do another guessing game as to how many individuals there are currently at the water hole with the elephants. So Dee, what is your guess? Without looking, just give a rough estimate. You're saying 10, I'm saying definitely more. I'm guessing between 15 and 20. Yes, that was a little bit tricky. We forgot about these ones on the side. Now you're saying 15. Alright, so we've got 4 more to the right side, including the one in the dead center. And then let us count the elephants on the side, because of course they are babies as well. So hopefully if they all stand in line and stand still, we can do so. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 elephants. If I counted correctly. If you think I'm wrong, please do correct me. But we've got 4 elephants off screen now to our right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, 18 heuvellampies. And it always surprises me, especially here at Okukoyo, because I don't think, for me especially, I don't fully fathom the size of this water hole. Of course you see the elephants and the animals and everything here, but as we've seen, the day before yesterday, as soon as you zoom out, you actually realize how massive this water hole is. I just quickly want to do another count just to make sure. It's making it a little bit tricky with the babies. So our wonderful tech guy, or tech team, I'm not sure if it was just 1 or 2 or how many, but the tech team got it right. They did guess 18. So, I was also close. I said between 15 and 20. I probably should have given a more accurate estimate. But we've got a good 18 elephants around the water hole right now. I think one day we should set a challenge of counting the springbok, but I think we're going to have our work cut out for ourselves that day, because the springbok camouflage so well here at Okukoyo. and they move around a lot, so it makes it tricky. An elephant, even with a baby, you can still more or less see where they are. Finally, giraffe. Gummy, you would like to know what's the weight of a newborn baby elephant. So it can be anything between 80 kilograms and up to 140 kilograms. And I say that as a rough estimate. I've worked with baby elephants that were very, very, very malnutritioned and at birth, just like humans, some babies are enormous and then other babies are very, very tiny. So it's between a good 80 and 140 kilograms. Sorry, I'm just giggling at my director. I just saw some elephants on the Djuma Dam camp. When it rains, it pours. Sometimes it can be very, very peaceful for a long while. And then all of a sudden, it's like the animals are like, okay, now, let's go. I just want to take a little bit of a look at this cute baby elephant, because you can see it's sort of trying to take a dust bath, but it's not yet fully confident as to what exactly it's supposed to do. But then we will head over to Djuma to see the other elephants. And believe it or not, our Mashatu still has no animals. No elephants, no impalas, not even the monkeys coming to say hi today. But Mashatu is very, very overcast. Not being so active. Oh, just look at this tiny one. And how incredible is that? I actually used to, a lot of you the other day with Mr. Ben referred to Khanyisa, the pink elephant at Herd, which is a rehabilitation place for elephants in Hoedspruit. And I was surprised to see a lot of you knew about Khanyisa, the pink elephant, and it was so interesting with her because she's got a lack of melanin. Now this is in Hoedspruit, this is not relevant to what we are seeing now. I'm just thinking of Khanyisa when I see this scene, because she was literally a baby pink elephant, and so with the sunlight we had to be very careful because it was very, very harsh on her skin, because she didn't have enough melanin, to like a normal elephant. So often her caretakers, when she was not yet introduced to the herd, they would walk around with her with an umbrella to make sure, she's always sheltered against the sun. And this baby elephant just did the same. She literally went to go take, he or she literally just went under all of the elephants, sort of sheltering herself as much as possible. And I immediately thought of Khanyisa, the pink elephant, when I saw that scene now. Alrighty, well, believe it or not, the one group of elephants did actually go into the bush, but there's now another herd arriving at Gowrie Dam on the Jumacan, also with a little one. So I think let's head on over there, and then of course I will keep an eye on these gentle giants as well. These animals are really playing with us today, which I'm not complaining about at all, don't get me wrong. It's just interesting to see the different patterns today. But as always, the animals do not have a mapped out schedule that we know of or anything, you know. They just sort of follow the leader, follow the matriarch, follow whoever is in charge for the day, and then of course carry on with their day as they go. I'm gonna try to get us in on that tiny one. You can see the front feet and the actual face is completely wet. So of course baby doesn't really know how to use its trunk yet. It doesn't have complete control over it. How to slurp up the water, what to do. Look at the legs. You can see he's been literally bending down. Oh, just so amazing. And again, how incredible that it can be so peaceful and serene, and then all of a sudden animals everywhere. Oh, that is a beautiful wolf. Just look at those tusks. Great stuff. Well, I will keep an eye on our gentle giants in Djuma as well as at Ukukoyo, and as always I'm keeping my eyes open on Mshatho as well. But in the meanwhile, I believe Mr. Kevin in Madikwe has an interesting segment for us, so I'm going to send you over there.
Ed, on that question about do all plants need pollination, and I knew the answer was somewhere in there. And the example, so all your angiosperms, that is seed, i.e. flower-bearing plants, yes, they need pollination. One example that came to mind was your sporophytes, stuff like ferns. Ferns actually propagate by spores. So there's one example. I knew it was in here somewhere. Now we are looking at this buffalo thorn, or Ziziphus macronata. Epa, don't go away, don't go away. Sorry, BK. Just try and get at the wind this wants to. There we go. Ah, come on. BK, we're getting there, man. And it's got thorns on it, so I need to handle it carefully. There we go, stay there, stay there. That's better. So your buffalo thorn, in Afrikaans, a blink blaar, wag 'n bietjie. I want you guys to repeat that. Blink blaar, wag 'n bietjie. And that translated literally means a shiny leaf, wait a minute bush. If you see it in the sunlight from a distance, there is quite a sheen on it. And if you are going to fall in there, or these branches hook you, you're going to see, you're going to wait a minute, because it's got these vicious hooked, there we go, got these vicious hooked and straight thorns on every node, as you can see there. Shiny leaf, wait a minute bush. It's also characterized, you can see this telltale zigzag shape of the main branch as it runs through there. a lot of folklore behind buffalo thorns. In some, with some traditional beliefs on buffalo thorns, is that if a loved one or a family member dies away from home village or your hometown, it is believed that the spirit will actually remain where that person died. And for that person to rest in peace, you will have to go and collect the spirit using a branch of a buffalo thorn, as we've got here. Your family members will travel to wherever the person died, travel with a buffalo thorn twig, and with the hook thorn, it is believed to go and hook the spirit, and then travel back to your hometown, to your home village, with the buffalo thorn twig. Now, wherever that person goes, it is as if you're traveling with your companion with you. So you'll buy 2 plane tickets, you'll buy 2 meals, you'll buy 2 bus tickets, as if the deceased is traveling with you. And then by bringing the buffalo thorn twig back to the grave where the person is buried, that will now reunite body and soul. And it is very often see buffalo thorns actually growing out of graves, because that buffalo thorn twig was actually buried there with the grave. I know of a skydiver friend of mine, thanks BK, I know of a skydiver friend of mine that unfortunately ended up in a buffalo thorn, and it wasn't a very pleasant experience. Yes. So yeah, just a little bit of background on the buffalo thorn. All plants are fascinating. Most of them have got some traditional beliefs and medicinal values behind it. Sorry Mel, if you just quickly come back to me on Amanda's question. I heard benefits, but I didn't hear exactly which benefits. You can just quickly come back to me on that question. Thank you, Amanda. I've got your question now. Amanda, not so much medicinal in nature, but your buffalo thorn produces a small red berry. And most of them, it's going to happen very soon. I saw some small green berries on the buffalo thorns yet, but they haven't ripened yet. Now, you can imagine 200 years ago or 250 years ago, when the first people started making their way up country here in South Africa, you know, you couldn't go to your local supermarket when you run out of any produce. You had to make do with what you've got. Now, the berry, the ripe berry of the buffalo thorn, if you roast that, they use that as a substitute for coffee. That is definitely one of the more traditional uses for buffalo thorn. Substitute for coffee. I've never tried it, but I think one day, just to prove it, we'll definitely have to try. Roast some buffalo thorn berries. Just before we went off air previously, we actually saw a kill. And it was right in the last second, just before we broke away. We saw what looked like a lanner falcon grabbing a swallow out of mid-air straight there over the drift. And we tried to follow it. It did go and perch, but it's deep, deep in a tree. We can't really see it. And we only really couldn't even make out the movement. But yes, that was quite exciting. It happened so quickly that BK tried to frame it. He got the tail end of it. But yeah, amazing speed that Lana swooped down onto that swallow. And you know, swallows are very nifty, very swifty birds in their own right, but he still managed to get it. We're looking carefully as BK is zooming in. There's very often hammerkop sitting there in that overflow. They figured out that they can sit there and then grab fish as they come over the edge. I'm trying to see, I don't see it there. It very often hunts there. I'm also looking for water monitor lizards that we very often see here as well. The heat is starting to build now, so we've got our fingers crossed that there must be some animals that's definitely gonna need their thirsts, and they will come down here for a midday drink. We're hoping that you are having a peaceful Sunday from wherever you're watching. We are certainly having a peaceful time here. Always nice to be close to water. There's a certain calm to it. We actually had quite a few, luckily not serious incidents. I mentioned earlier on when the river flows stronger here at the drift, we've had a few unfortunate souls driving off it because it is quite narrow, and if you can't see where the edges of that little pathway, that little road is over the drift, then we've had a few incidents. It's always embarrassing for guides when they do that. Luckily nothing serious. It is just a big recovery process to get that vehicle back onto that drift again. We've given out a few badges for everybody that's done it in the past. I think it's happened about 3 times already. I shouldn't jinx myself, BK. We shouldn't talk about that. We're jinxing ourselves here. No, we definitely don't want to be in that club, eh? I agree with you. And then in the dry season, a lot of elephants coming down to drink here as well. So, and if you want to get home, you sometimes have to sit for an hour or so waiting for the elephants to finish drinking before you can carry on. Ah, the hazards of the bush. Traffic jam, bush style. This river is always this color, brown, always a brown tinge to it, a lot of mud and sediment. A very good day to you, James. All of us here, we do love a bout of fishing. Now there is a certain section of the river that's outside of the reserve. And on days off, it's one of our favorite pastimes. We get a group of friends together, we go down there, we have a barbecue and we try and fish. Well, most common, you get your tilapia. There's bream, and then also monster-sized catfish. In the rapids here, for instance, where you can see that water overflowing, where the water is nicely, richly oxygenated, we also get smallmouth yellowfish. Fantastic fish to catch, very feisty, but we adhere to a strict catch and release policy here. But that's your most common species. Catfish, bream, tilapia, and your yellowfish. Your catfish loves, sometimes when you drive over here at night, for some other reason, the spotlights that we use for night game drives, if you shine into the water, that attracts the catfish. I think it's probably got to do with the light attracting insects in the first place, and then you can see some nice large size catfish right next to the vehicle. It is peaceful indeed, Nadia. But as peaceful that it is, it can change so quickly. I often like sitting here, and on so many occasions, it's a nice peaceful scene, and the next second, the wild dogs come running down, chasing something. It happens, it changes very quickly. But for a nice peaceful Sunday, absolutely I can't think of a better place to spend my time with you. Also got a very beautiful large leadwood standing on the bank here. Oh, sorry, BK, yeah, it's right behind the canopy. Very beautiful leadwood that side as well. And to the right of that little concrete strip that you see, you've got a wild olive tree. And yes, it does make small olive type fruits, but I won't class it as the same type of olive that you'll find in the jar in the fridge. Let's go and look at some elephants with Lisa over in Okukuyu.
Thank you, Kevin. And as always, thank you for the interesting information. Our elephants are sticking around. We've got giraffes that have joined, well, obviously trying to join in the meantime as well. But our elephants are actually all still around. All of our Juma Ellies left. But the Ukukuyo elephants are very, very good to us. But as I say, it's a very, very different temperature in the two different locations. Ukukuyo is a good 32 degrees Celsius today, as opposed to Juma, I think, being a cooler 22 degrees Celsius. So that is why the elephants enjoyed a good swim. And it's the exact same herd that we had earlier on as well. So they've pretty much just stuck around, went into the shade. Look at the little ones. Just want to see what the commotion is about. Because I do think I need to correct myself now. I think this is a different herd now. I think. Yes, in fact, so this is a new herd. Jeez, it's elephants all around. Look at that. Yes, I wanted to say when we did take a closer look now at those younger ones, I wanted to say, well, these elephants do not seem very wet. Wow, that is just absolutely incredible. And then definitely from the different dynamics we can see and hear, definitely more than just one herd of elephants. So they're all just trying to, oh baby, catch up. Let your little legs carry you. Definitely a lot of distress calls going on. So of course, you know, they are very, it's like mafia basically. They are very set on their own family structures. And will for the most part generally not tolerate, you know, each other too much. However, that being said, if another force is against them, they will definitely all support the species in itself, if that makes sense. Like, let's say there were lions approaching now and ganging up on the two different herds at once, targeting a baby. All of the herds, or all of the elephants, will definitely, you know, do what they can to protect and alert each other and chase the lions away, and then after that go their separate ways again. Woo! You can just hear those little grebes vocalizing. They're probably very upset because there's not much space for them to be in the water as well right now.
November is Impala lambing season, and we are lucky enough to see all of these adorable babies taking their first steps in the world. In celebration of these youngsters, we are hosting a fireside chat dedicated to all things cute and cuddly. Come and get your fluffy fix on the 13th of November after the Sunset Safari. Join Cedric and Ali for our most adorable fireside chat yet. It really is probably one of the best sounds in the bush. Elephants rumbling, but also even when they're trumpeting, it's very, very loud. Especially if they're very close to the vehicle if you're on safari, but it's a lot like a lion roar, I would say, for me personally, in terms of, the feeling you get. It is just so overwhelming and loud, and for me, it's very humbling. Very, very humbling. Alrighty, well, I will see where these elephants are going. And I will also be scanning our zebras. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Kevin in Madikwe.
Bath, always nice to look at. We're still waiting for our elephants for a mud bath, and what we're busy searching for, as you can see, we are looking for that lanner falcon that caught that swallow. We are scanning there. Now and then we see movement, and we're hoping it's actually going to move into a clearer position that we can try and find it and show you our impromptu kill we had here at the drift in Madikwe. But it is challenging. It's sitting way back there amongst the branches. If there's anybody that will pick up on it, it's BK. So let's get BK, give BK just do a little browse there for us and have a look. Because it's bound to still be feeding on it. Guys, you know what I really enjoy about being with you on Wild Earth. You know, when you normally do normal guiding, what I mean by that, you're working at a safari lodge and you're taking guests out on a daily basis, you do become, can I say, set in your ways, a little bit stagnant. You start talking about the same things over and over. Because also people come and visit, they come on safari, they may be here for 2, 3, 4 nights, and you try and show them as much as possible. What I enjoy about Wild Earth is all your questions. It does make you think again. Questions you haven't heard for a long time, because it's not relevant to the big five, can I say. And I really enjoy that. With a bird before, I think. Kathy, unusual encounter with a bird. I think I heard correctly. Just can confirm for me, please, Mel. Thank you. Kathy, unusual encounter with a bird. Right. Yes, I've got one. There's a little owlet. The smallest owl we get here is called a pearl-spotted owlet, and it is literally 10 centimeters big when it's fully grown. Beautiful little things. One of my favorite birds, massive yellow eyes. It is exact miniature of an owl. That's the way I can describe it, but 10 centimeters big. Now, what I didn't know is that apparently, how can I say, I won't say pound for pound, but strength-wise, pearl-spotted owlets have got the strongest grip of all your owls. So, unfortunately, one of them got inside the kitchen at the lodge that I was working at, and it was stuck inside, and it was trying to get out through the window. And I thought, let me do the right thing, and I'm going to save this owlet. And we go, nice, BK, you've got it. I see what you're seeing. So, Kathy, I attempted to catch this little owlet with my bare hands, and it's one of the biggest mistakes I've ever done in my life, because the minute I got hold of it, those little claws just dug into me, and I promise you it is like a vice grip, and those sharp nails just dug straight into my hand. I had to hold on because I didn't want to let it go, so I held on for like 3-4 seconds until I got it outside of the door, and I was very relieved to let it go. Such a small creature with such a fantastic strong grip. That was an interesting encounter for me with a bird. Greenback heron, thank you, BK. Almost in the middle of your view there. There you can see it preening itself. Where did you go to? I was through the binos.
There's a falcon flying off. Oh, yes. See it? Yeah. The falcon is flying off.
Dark main lover. Oh, got you, PK. Thank you for also joining us. Birds in abundance. Well, we had 2 very successful rainy seasons, the past 2 seasons. That means there's a lot of grass, a lot of seed. And then there are especially 2 types of bird that really flock in there. The first one in the thousands, that is your red-billed quelea. Now, your red-billed quelea is also your most numerous bird in the world. And when they come over, the sky can sometimes turn dark. Well, that's a little bit over is exaggeration there, but yes, massive flocks of them in their hundreds of thousands. Also guinea fowl. We were fortunate to have large flocks of guinea fowl these past two seasons. Here's that greenback heron looking for something to hunt. Yeah, so large flocks of guinea fowls is also very common here. And then it's always nice to have your seasonal visitors. This time of the year, we're always looking forward to your seasonal birds arriving. And they are quite abundant when they do arrive. I had a Diederik's cuckoo calling on my left here just a short while ago. And they only arrived about a week ago. 2 days ago, me and Bika heard our first Woodlands kingfisher. Now you can see that heron. You see remember what I spoke about earlier with the hammerkop being opportunistic and sitting there where the water overflows. Now look at this heron. He's doing exactly the same. So clever how they figure out. He's now going to sit there and wait until a little fish, frog, something in that line comes tumbling over that little waterfall, and he's going to pick them off. Amazing how still they sit, BK. So patient, huh? They'll sit there for hours, huh? Typical hunched heron. Way of sitting or perching there. That hunched shoulders, and that neck almost kinked, cocked, ready to strike at whatever comes along. To my knowledge, there has actually been a name change of the green-backed heron, and for me it's a little bit of a tongue twister, and I'm not sure if I'm actually going to pronounce it right. Chris, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. That's what we're here for. That's what makes us tick. Is to showcase these things to you and for you to be actively involved. Also, that name change on the heron, I pronounce it as striated. The striated heron, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that. Correctly. what you have to do to get your food on a daily basis out here in the wild. It's not a case of nipping down to your local supermarket or ordering a takeaway online. Like this heron, you need to spend many a patient hour. How exciting it will be for us just to see the outcome of his efforts. But I do think Aaron's got more patience than us, unfortunately. He's waiting for frogs, fish, maybe some insects. There's also been cases where greenback herons are actually baiting for food. So they will use, there has been instances reported that they will use pieces of bread. I'm not sure where they get the bread from, but pieces of bread to actually put on the water's edge and wait for a fish to come and feed. So I think yeah, might something like an insect or something. If they don't eat it themselves, that they actually put it there on the water's edge, like fishermen putting out their bait and then waiting for a fish, a larger fish or something to come, and then they're on them. Your greenback heron, very often confused with your dwarf bittern. Very similar coloration, similar body shape. But your dwarf bittern, as the name suggests, is just much smaller, about half the size of your heron. Is he going foraging a bit? He's lost a bit of patience there by the look of it. He is just to the left of that main water. There, just behind that tall grass, the plume of grass there. BK, he had just walked in behind it. Yeah, he's going for a bit of foraging. Maybe he is doing some of that baiting we just discussed. Yeah, he unfortunately just moved in behind that little plume of grass there. But he's bound to pop out. What else have we got there? Actually, in the open there. PK just above. You got him. Now you can see that green back nicely. Yeah, you see there, that green tinge on the back. Greyish green. Ah, look who's coming down for a drink. Some juvenile impala. Now these will be last year's models, if I can call it that. They would have been born last year around about this time. The reason we haven't seen any baby impala in Madikwe yet is that traditionally impalas lamb a few weeks later in Madikwe compared to places such as Djuma. 2 young rams. See, they're very skittish as they go down to the water. Always very aware, having a good look. Of course, remember, any source of water can potentially be a very good ambush place for your predators. Those that you can see on land, and also those big scaly reptiles there in the Mariko River. So they're always very skittish, wary, have a good look before they go for a drink. But yeah, these will be 2021 models, born around about this time last year, and you can see how quickly they grow. Look how quickly those little horns grow. Come you two, that's all right. Definitely showing some curiosity in us as well. There is bound to be they're bound to be part of a bigger herd. They're still quite young. They'll still be walking with your mixed herd. These little rams are not old enough yet to break away and join a bachelor herd. So I'm sure at the back there's probably some more impala. Our heron has disappeared. Now guys, what we're going to do is we are going to relocate quickly. Let's go and see what we can find for you. In the meantime, go and enjoy Lisa's company.
We too have a fishing bird here in Djuma, on the Djuma Dam Camp at Gowrie, but not very interested in fishing right now. Just making sure it's looking pretty, the feathers are nice and clean and shiny, of course. So this is well, now it's nothing, but this is a saddle-billed stork. And it's one of my favorite birds to photograph. I always refer to them as the jesters in the bush, because it really looks like a jester in the medieval times. If it actually turns around and shows its pretty face. So just like our yellow-billed stork we saw a bit earlier today, they will often, sort of perch in the water and just wait very patiently, and every now and again just probe with their beak, picking up perhaps a fish, hopefully getting lucky. Oh, this one is very, very concerned with the looks. Probably going to church later. Cleaning up. No. So of course birds are very, very, very serious when it comes to cleaning and preening themselves. So of course they'll use their beaks or their bills to do that and sort of stroke through their feathers, making sure they clean it as much as possible. But they've also got other ways of doing it. Sometimes they will physically go into water and take an actual bath. Yesterday we saw an Egyptian goose doing so. And then of course they've got other methods as well, like dust bathing. As we know, a lot of animals dust bathe just to sort of, sounds weird, but it actually cleanses them from parasites and stuff like that. And then birds also go through a practice what we call anting. So you get passive anting and you get active anting. So that is literally when a bird sits on the ground, and passive anting anting will actually entail, just sitting and allowing ants to crawl all over it, in the process cleaning them. Whereas active anting, a bird will literally pick up an ant and put it on its body so they can sort of clean them in the process as well. Gonna see if we can keep up with our stalk. It is a little bit tricky going behind the bush now, or the tree I should say. Yes, Morgan, we can hear the woodland kingfisher, but I'm no longer looking for it. I've given up. If the woodland kingfisher wants to show itself, it must do so. Because apparently I'm not allowed to look for it. One of our zoomies did have it in frame earlier on, and then of course it took off, so I'm done. Some of these animals, as soon as you sort of just play their game as well and play hard to get, then they too will sort of be like, no, here we are, photograph us. Just want to see if this stalk is going to come out. Ooh, there's your friend. Oh, having a Sunday picnic. Of course, there are a lot of bugs and creepy crawlies and all sorts of things that they can choose from right now. Due to the rain, sort of pushing out the creepy crawlies from the ground. So the animals do know that, especially the birds, and they love this season. Just like, we've been talking about a lot this week. Animals, of course, appreciating the rain for the greenery, the vegetation, everything just being completely enriched with nutrients again. Of course, the water holes filling up, but then birds as well. They love it because there are now so many insects and so many things around that they can choose from. It's like a complete buffet out here. we are really, really concerned with our looks today, both of you. Yes, you. Buddy. See, especially when you see them like that, it's, I don't know, for me personally at least, I've always just associated with them, or associated with the gestures of the medieval times when I see these birds. You know, those stockings they used to wear, the funny things on the heads and the weird outfits. Ooh. You and your sticky notes on your bill. I always think, how many bugs do you actually have to consume to get even remotely full? Just gonna take a moment to listen to all of the beautiful birds. Kingfisher, I will find you one of these days. You can keep teasing me, it's fine. Don't care anymore. I'm not gonna look for you. Ntabi, you would like to know, what are birds most sensitive to? And if you don't mind elaborating on your question, just, do you mean with regards to natural elements? Do you mean with regards to predation? I mean, of course, all of these animals are, you know, so well adapted to their environments and to their situations and circumstances that they get thrown with. So you're more than welcome to elaborate on that question, just so that I have more of an idea exactly what you mean. Sorry, I couldn't answer that better. I just want to get more or less an idea what exactly you mean when you're asking what are they most sensitive to. This stork is really just taking absolute advantage of the moist soil and everything just around. Yes, Egyptian goose, we do know about you. We do still love you. But everything can't be about you. No, just got a fright of something, I think. Not too sure what happened there. Of course, it might be something that was actually in the grass now, that may have moved around there. These are truly comical birds. Was that our kingfisher? I'm gonna cry if it was. I'm not sure if it was. Maybe I just imagined a spat of blue flying past, but we are not looking for the kingfisher, it's fine. It does not want to be seen by us. And for those of you that haven't been with us on the whole Escape to Nature, we have seen our 3 brand new baby warthogs today. They were actually joined with a herd of elephants, all of them coming to the water simultaneously. And all 3 of the babies are still very much alive and well. And of course, as I've mentioned, you know, they've got 3 adults with them. I do believe it's 2 separate mothers, not just one mom. But they are all alive and safe.
And just look at that. This must be the smallest baby blackback jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is. Just look at those large ears turning in all directions. Beautiful late afternoon sun on it, the hole right next to it.
Join us as we learn all about the wild babies, how they adapt and grow, and what it takes to survive in the wild.
And now this guy is also spoiling us. You can see this bull is very, very picky and selective with what he wants in his trunk, what he's going to use to drink, and what he's actually just going to use to spray himself. So he picked up sort of like a piece of grass and he immediately got rid of that. And so he will probably just keep smelling, then get some water and either drink that water or sort of spray it out. And they do that sometimes just to sort of filter the water ones, like if there's any algae or anything that they do not want to drink, they will do that and then try again, which is again why these animals are just so incredible. They are their trunks, their ears, their eyes. Just look at that. Woo! Little bit of mud bath, but not too much. Course, just resting the leg a little bit, taking some of the weight off of their feet, because of course you can imagine it's a lot of weight you have to carry around as an elephant. Oh, good scratch. How cool is that? I don't think I've ever seen an elephant scratch there. That's very interesting. But that again is what makes their trunks so incredible. And he's definitely upset by something, so I just want to see if it's another elephant or another animal. He's definitely on alert for something in the bush. I'm not sure what it may have been that he heard. Could have been the warthogs. Earlier on when the last we saw them, they did go into the bush. Not too far from this sort of vicinity. Something straight ahead of him in the bush. Just want to see if that's a bird. What is that? Is that a... Oh. Sorry, for a moment I was not sure what we are looking at. It was just a bird of some sort. So it might be that he heard that, but generally they aren't too fussed about birds, but again, it is a little bit windy. So he will be extra vigilant and extra cautious. But right about here where he's heading into the bush now is where we last had the warthogs with the 3 babies. So maybe they get flushed back out of the bush. Alrighty, yes, we knew you were a bull without you having to do that. It is so peaceful here in Djuma. And of course we've had a little bit of rain today. But it does seem to be clearing up slowly but surely. Don't want to jinx it, but I really do hope so. So we can have a nice and sunny sunset drive. I actually remember I almost said in the olden days, gosh, I'm not that old. In my former toddler days, we had a barbecue, and to this day I actually remember it right under these trees. Because my family actually owned some property in Sabi Sands, and they still do, but I remember these trees very, very well. It was such a beautiful night. And eventually us kids just went to the game viewer and we slept. And the adults were all just having the best time under the stars in the wild. And I literally, to this day, I remember that evening. Oh, go away, clouds. We do not want any rain. We'll do the sunshine twist, as Darcy Miller titled or named it yesterday. Just gonna take one last look around here at Djuma. So, of course, as I have mentioned, we did see our baby warthogs today. So I'm very, very thrilled. I was a little worried when we have not seen them yet. Had not seen them yet, sorry. Gosh, my English teacher would slap me on my wrist now. But yes, we finally did see them today. We also saw quite a few baby elephants today already. So I'm very, very thrilled with all of the babies that we have seen, as well as in Ukukuyo. It's been very, very exciting. So of course, as we all know, baby season is upon us, and at Wild Earth we are super, super excited about all the cuteness and clumsiness. I'm sure many of you have heard my pitch when I do see a baby animal. Immediately changes. But yes, of course, there's a lot of cuteness that is very soon gonna flood our screens in all of the locations. So of course, our bingo Saturday took place yesterday, and Mr. Cedric did win that one with getting the closest. I think he got 4 out of 5. But yes, of course, as always, we have bingos on Saturday, and yesterday was baby bingo. And the naturalist actually competed yesterday to see who sees the most babies. I mean, I still think I won, even though I didn't have a board, because I saw the most babies. Saw baby vervet monkey yesterday, baby warthogs, as well as a baby zebra, and then baby elephants. But nonetheless, we are super, super happy about all of it. And then, of course, tonight we will be having a fireside chat at 8:30 p.m. Central African time. And then we will be chatting away about all of these cute bundles of joy that we have been seeing, and hopefully will continue to see, because it really is going to happen now. I do believe so. Just purely because we've seen the first baby warthogs now. Now I'm convinced that all of the other baby animals will come out. Just going to see, I think that is, of course, our saddle-billed stork on the ground, but I do believe that is still the yellow-billed stork in the tree. But something I would like to know from all of our Escape to Nature viewers, and I ask this specifically because I firmly believe if you watch Escape to Nature, you most probably do watch the Sunrise Drive and the Sunset Safari as well. So I hope most of you know most of our naturalists, but I would like to know from you, who is your favorite naturalist and why? And they don't even have to, be with Wild Earth right now. It can be James Hendry, that was a guide or naturalist some time ago. It can be Lauren, it can be Tristan. So they don't have to be, actively doing a stint with Wild Earth right now. Please let me know who's your favorite naturalist and why. I don't have a favorite, I enjoy all of them. They all definitely have something I can learn about, whether it's about their personalities, their excitement, their enthusiasm when it comes to animals. I know one thing that I admire about Kelly, for instance, is definitely the space she loves giving animals. She's very cautious, with always respecting their boundaries and her boundaries, and never overstepping any of the two. Cedric, of course, has a wonderful laugh. He can literally, he's like me, he can get excited about anything. Tace also, you can definitely, it doesn't matter what she's going through, she's always a positive person. And naturalist, of course, but doesn't matter what the bush throws at her, she handles it all very well. Etc, etc, etc. I can compliment all of them right now, whether they are still a naturalist with Wild Earth or not. But yes, please let me know what you guys think. Who's your favorite naturalist and why? And, you know, of course, it doesn't have to be me. I'm not talking about me now. I mean, I would love to hear from all of you, because, of course, we all experience safari differently. Some of us love being serious on safari, and others are real jokesters, love laughing on safari, making the most of it, making a lot of fun of the animals. So please do let me know, who is your favorite Wild Earth naturalist and why? And again, if you are only joining us right now, last night we did have a leopard here. I'm told it's Miss Lalamba. She came to the water hole, had a little drink at the outflow, stuck around for a little bit and then took off again. So hopefully, you know, we still have some activity for Sunset Safari. You never know. But yes, the Zumi that was actually on shift and in controls, both of us simultaneously thought it's a white-tailed mongoose, and then we realized, no. It's a little bit big and a little bit spotty to be a white-tailed mongoose. So I really do believe some of these animals know exactly when showtime starts and ends. And then they decide, alrighty, let us come out now. I've had that many a times where I track an animal for 3-4 hours straight on safari, and then as soon as you get back to the lodge or properly out of the area, then one of your colleagues said, oh, I just found the leopard or the lions or whatever you've been tracking. And then you want to pull your hair out of your head, because you know you were on the track, but ultimately it's all about right time, right place. So how exciting. We'll see what we have in store for Sunset Safari this afternoon. We did also see our red-billed hornbill father. He's got a nest in these trees, and mom and the little ones are inside. I have no idea if the little ones have actually hatched or what the situation is. Of course, you know, it's a little bit tricky to see when they are actually still in the tree stump. I just quickly want to, I just want to make sure that's not the kingfisher. Just give me a second. It's just a stalling. Alright, nonetheless, let us see what is happening at Ukukwayo and if we've got any babies there. I really do have to see that baby zebra from yesterday. I am set on seeing that baby zebra before we end Escape to Nature today. And I've literally been scanning each, and I feel like security at the airport, you know, I've almost been doing body searches with them. As soon as I see a group of zebra, I immediately take a closer look and make sure they do not have a black fluffy foal with them. Ooh, Miss Zebra, you are very, very pregnant. This one coming to the water hole now. Jeez. Daar is baie geluk. And zebras are pregnant generally for around 1 year long. And for the most part, from what we've seen, you know, they do tend to give birth like the other animals that could potentially fall prey in the summertime, so like the impala, etc., etc. But from my personal experience, you will see way more impala lambs as opposed to, you know, then seeing the zebras. So for me personally, I've always seen the impala lambs first. But of course, this is a different location as to what I'm used to. This is a little bit more north in Africa, as opposed to South Africa itself. And as we learn every day, you know, each and every single animal relies on their circumstances, their herd, etc., etc., the weather, everything else does play a role. So I think that baby zebra from yesterday was definitely an early arrival. But please do remember to send me your answers about who's your favorite naturalist here at Wild Earth. And as I say, it doesn't have to be a present naturalist. It can be from the olden days, as we call it. No, please do let me know who's your favorite naturalist and why. It's always interesting to hear from people. As I say, I too am a very diverse person, so I enjoy all of them for various reasons, whether it's because of their personality, because of their knowledge, because of their experience. Chris, for instance, at Pridelands, He seems like a very serious person, but whenever he's, live, I immediately listen. It feels like it's almost like a teacher, and you want to pay attention. And then, as I've mentioned with all of them, we all have different personalities, so please do let me know. Of course, it's our beautiful kudu bulls. I'm becoming rather familiar with this bachelor herd by now. And again, this is for me, the exhilarating thing about all of these different water holes is even, in a year from now, I'm still going to be learning and I'm still going to get to know the animals, just like we've all seen at Djuma and at our various locations. We, just continue to get to know the animals. And they really do start to feel like your own children. When you're actively just working on one reserve as well, it's horrible, especially if you see something like a lion cub growing up so fast. You sort of get very sad. It feels like it's your own child. And you have to send them off to college. But this particular bachelor herd comes every now and again, and of course it's very special to see kudus like this. It's not an endangered species, but it is a very skittish and elusive species, and specifically beautiful big bulls like this. I'm sure a lot of South Africans will tell you this is not something that you see every single day. Even if you go to Kruger National Park every single day, they are very special to see like this because they are beautiful and they've got very big horns and they are well matured, these males. So with kudus, the females love doing a lot of things during the day. They decide if they want to go shopping, if they're going to go for coffee with a friend, what they're going to do. So they wake up in the morning and they say, I could do this, or I could perhaps do that, or I could do this. And then a bachelor herd like this, if there were some ladies to approach this water hole right now, they just stand there and they think, I could do you, I could do you, I could do you. No, I'm just kidding. But that is a joke we often refer to as naturalists. But this is by far one of my favorite antelopes in the whole of Africa. So as always, I'm just going to take a further look away every now and again just to make sure nothing else is approaching. Earlier on, I was so focused on, scanning the further corners of this area and making sure we are not overlooking perhaps a baby animal or predator or anything. And when I got back to the actual water hole, a whole herd of elephants have joined. So it's good to always just zoom in and zoom out every now and again. Let me just see what else is going on here at the waterhole. I really do wish, we knew what happened to our lionesses from the other day. Oh, it seems like we've got an answer so far with regards to who's your favorite naturalist at Wild Earth. So, Steph, you are saying Ben, Liam, Tessa, Steve, James, all of them for their knowledge and, of course, their comedy. Yes, I could not agree with you more. I enjoy Mr. Ben because himself and Steve always refer to a male, whether it's an animal or person, as a gentleman, which I love. Liam, I don't think I know Liam. And then, as I say, Steve, very much a gentleman himself and excellent bird knowledge, of course. And then Mr. James is just an absolute comedian. He really can make any situation funny. And then, of course, Tessa. I love Tessa as well. She's such a sweetie pie. And she is a very, very strong lady. As I say, I don't know if I would have been that strong with some of the things she's had to witness and, still educate all of you on and still be brave and strong throughout that. I've had many sightings with guests where I literally started bawling my eyes out because of the situation. So thank you for that, Steph, and the rest of you, please let me know who's your favorite naturalist at Wild Earth. They do not have to be a current naturalist. I would love to hear from all of you. And that really is so cool about the industry. We all get taught the same things more or less. And we all have the same foundation that we sort of go on when it comes to all of these animals. Because the zebras, the springboks, the impalas, the elephants, we all learn the same thing more or less about them, but interpret it completely differently. And of course, like any other human being, how boring would it be if we were all the same? Thought for a moment something had happened, but you can see the zebras and the other springbok are all still pretty relaxed. So I assume it is nothing threatening. And we actually saw a jackal here in Okukoyo as well today, which I haven't seen apart from yesterday morning very briefly. I've not seen that close to the waterhole in quite some time. Just trying my luck with this tree. It's to see if we don't perhaps see a raptor or something interesting in it. But as always, we will never see everything. Just want to see what's happening here at the back. See some movement, but not sure what I'm looking at. I honestly wouldn't live here if I was an animal. I don't care if I have to get on a boat and get away. But honestly, it's so arid. It just seems so hot here. Even, when it's not hot, it just seems hot. And yet somehow these animals survive. They adapt, they do their thing, they find shelter, they evade the predators when they can.
What is your role at Eco-Trading? Tell us more. I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
For me personally, in all of the aspects and the sort of topics that we study about as naturalists, I find weather super fascinating, but I've never really been able to fully comprehend it. Like, I can tell you what the book says, but for me somehow I've just never really connected the dots, if that makes sense. And then you've got naturalists that love flowers and plants. For me personally, my favorite is ethology, which is the behavior of animals, because that is literally ever changing. It's always going to change. It's not like weather or astronomy where the basics will always stay the same. With ethology, as life goes on and everything progresses, we will always learn something new about animal behavior. Charlene, you are saying that you love Lauren, her knowledge and her everything is amazing, and just her honesty, and that she never speculates. I think as naturalists we always at some point do speculate, because as I said, we will never fully be experienced, we will never know everything, we will never have heard everything or experienced or seen or smelled even everything. Which is the beauty about this industry for us. There's always a new learning curve for us, even between naturalists, but also us from all of you as the viewers. Because as I always say, we all go through life differently, we all have different experiences. But definitely, I could not agree with you more. Lauren is, I think my favorite thing about Lauren is when she just takes you on a senses journey. You know, just tells you, close your eyes, imagine you are in this sort of situation, imagine that elephant enters the vicinity, etc., etc., etc. She's a very, I don't know, she's a very spiritual person for me, and I love that about her, how she just always connects nature and her own experiences, and just really opens your mind a little bit more as to what we should really be thinking about when we look at these animals. Sorry about that, folks. As I say, we do have different reserve managements on the different locations we are at. Of course, you know, people taking care of the roads, making sure the fences and everything is intact, making sure all of the animals are safe. Of course, we do have rhinos here, so there's constantly eyes on rhinos. So it's just general reserve management. So my apologies for that, but of course, us humans and animals have to coexist. But I do believe one of our zoomies have successfully caught a lilac-breasted roller on the Djuma Dam Camp for now. So I'm going to head us over there to hopefully share it with you. Look at that! And no, this is not my find. This is one of our many wonderful zoomies. Of course, as I said this morning, we had a woodlands kingfisher as well in frame, and then as soon as I sort of wanted to share it with all of you, it took off. So, shame, but you can see it's really taking on some wind in this dead tree. And the light is not wonderful. I'm sure a lot of you know these birds are absolutely stunning. They are wonderful to photograph, actually. And a very interesting photography tip about them is when you do photograph them, even if it is in broad daylight with sunlight, if you sort of put a torch underneath them, like, or get them at an angle, the photograph is even better because it just really accentuates their colors. But against light like this, it does become difficult, as we've learned with birding. It is not too wonderful. Often when I've taken birders out on safari, they hate this weather because you can show them leopards, lions, elephants, everything. If they cannot photograph their birds, they get rather upset. And this bird, to me, I often compare them to an impala. It's a very beautiful animal when you look at them until they open their mouth. Like an impala, as we know, very delicate, elegant looking animal, and then it does bleh. And the same with a lilac-breasted roller. Beautiful birdie, but it's not a very impressive call. It's like a So it does not quite match their their looks. But I guess all of them can't have the full package. It's just like humans. Some of us are really funny. Some of us have beautiful hair. And other people just have everything. So of course this beautiful bird is a summer migrant. We only see them around in the summertime, which again just massively contributes to why summer is my favorite. Because it truly is, you know, in summertime even it's like summertime is everything. So for me personally, if you are not from Africa and you have not been to our beautiful continent yet and you would like to know when should I go, for me, it's really a tricky question because in the winter time, it is very bare. The bush is very naked and open almost. So you do tend to see movement a lot easier. So leopards, lions, those sort of animals, at least in my experience. You are welcome to differ with me. But then in the summertime, you do have beautiful birds like this one, the lilac-breasted roller, the woodlands kingfisher. The noises in summer are just spectacular, from insects to birds to frogs. And then, of course, so many animals having their babies, so many plants flowering. It's just, summertime becomes a complete different picture. And as I say, it's a pity about the light right now. Because to fully appreciate the beauty of this bird is just, if you have not yet seen them, please do go research them. The colors on them are absolutely spectacular. So this is called the lilac-breasted roller. You can see a little bit of the color now with the sun just peeking through. And for me personally, the wonderful thing, not just in summertime, but all year round with birds, is there's always birds around, all year round, but also on safari. Even if you are not seeing a lot of action from animals themselves, there's always some other bird you can look at. And if you start getting into it and start studying their plumage, you know, with regards to perhaps breeding season or when they are juveniles, etc., it really becomes super fascinating. You sort of fall into a hole and you can't get yourself out of it because you just get so addicted. I remember I've converted many tourists actually, because it can become tricky as a naturalist. You can ask any naturalist this. If you have a safari vehicle with 2 South African guests, 2, let's say, American guests, and let's say 2 Brazilian guests. And again, I'm not generalizing. This is literally just off the top of my head, just an example. South Africans are generally going to want to see the big 5 because we are very spoiled for the most part. And again, I'm just taking an example. I'm not generalizing, but just from what I've seen for the most part. They're either going to want to see just big 5 or they're going to want to see everything. It's generally one or the other extreme. Then your American guests, let's say they want to see everything. They want to see tracks, flowers, birds, animals, everything. And then Brazilian guests, they might want to see just leopards. Now, it does become difficult when you as a naturalist have to please everyone. And again, I want to make it very clear that was just an example. I'm not saying that is how it always works or generalizing to one nationality or anything. Just an example. It does make it very tricky when you do have to start pleasing everyone. Because now you've got people that love looking at birds. They just want to look at birds. And then you've got people that just want to look for the big 5. So it's a very fine line to sort of find that balance and please everyone, but I have to say I've very successfully and unsuccessfully, ooh, there it goes, just look how pretty, converted people into being, you know, or becoming a birder. But as I say, birds, very fascinating because they are always around. Just want to see what else we can perhaps see that is around in Djuma. And again, please do send me your questions, comments, even if it's not relevant to Escape to Nature anymore. Please do remember, we are always live, we are always interactive when it comes to our sunset, sunrise safari, Penguin Beach, as well as Escape to Nature. So we love hearing from all of you. So please do get in touch with us. And if you would like, please do let me know. Earlier on I asked a question, who is your favorite naturalist at Wild Earth? You are welcome to send through your comments. And again, it doesn't have to be a current naturalist. Whoever has given you your most memorable sighting or whatever the case is. And that was truly, if you look at that tree, that was a very, very good spot from our zoomie, seeing that lilac-breasted roller. We shall just take a look-see around and see if we can get any last-minute spots for Escape to Nature. Good afternoon. We started our morning with a water buck with a whole bunch of oxpeckers on it.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
But of course, this beautiful impala belongs to the antelope family, as does this one. And I have mentioned this many a time, but antelope actually translate to beautiful eyes. And they really do have very delicate, beautiful eyes. Sorry about that. Our Juma controls are a little bit sticky and iffy today. We'll see, maybe we have a... Ooh, are we gonna have a bit of a rumble? Oxpeckers, I don't believe you want to sit on them now. They're gonna fight. It's fine, we'll sit on the other one. Oh, that was rather quick. I think we will have a look and see if anything is around at the waterhole. Any last minute surprises. And I'm just so happy that the sun is finally coming out. It did rain a little bit earlier on, but hopefully this promises for some beautiful weather for our naturalists this afternoon on Sunset Safari. And again, we did have our baby warthogs around, 3 of them, earlier on as well today. So hopefully they might come out again later. And we'll actually be able to show all of you. But if they don't, you know, definitely we'll keep an eye on this water hole and see if we can see some babies. But we have also seen a lot of elephant babies today on the Juma Dam Cam as well as at Ukukuyo. Hi there. Beautiful birds. I'm just taking in this last bit of escape to nature and just immersing myself in all of these sounds and noises and just the absolute beautiful scenery. It really is therapy, this. If you need therapy, just do this. It really does relieve a lot of stress. our yellow-billed stork in the tree. Of course, we did have some saddle-billed storks around as well. So it's been a wonderful day with the fishing birds. But it truly has been a wonderful day on Escape to Nature once again. We've seen some incredible things, including the baby warthogs, which of course is my favorite. But we even got to see a jackal in Okukoyo. Chrissy, you are welcome. Thank you all for joining me on this relaxing escape to nature. And as always, please do join us again tomorrow. Tomorrow your naturalist will be Alex. And of course, stay tuned for Penguin Beach and then the very exciting sunset safari this afternoon. But thank you all so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Thank you for all your questions and comments. We truly do appreciate it. Really does mean a lot. And yes, please do send through more questions and comments for Penguin Beach as well as Sunset Safari. But it has been yet again another brilliant day on Escape to Nature. And from myself, Lisa, on the various water holes, from Rolf in Kariga, as well as from Kevin all the way in Madikwe. Thank you so much for a brilliant day. It's really been a lot of fun and have a beautiful day. Ta-ta!